Welcome, everybody, to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today, and this week sees the Baba Yaga back for more revenge one last time in John Wick Chapter 4, hitting store shelves along with the extremely popular video game adaptation Super Mario Brothers. A little bit of horror comedy action in Renfield, including a little bit of exorcism thriller goodness with The Pope's Exorcist, as well as Sylvester Stallone starring in his very first TV series with season 1 of Tulsa King, and some 4K love with 2010's horror classic Insidious and the 1988 Academy Award-winning drama Rain Man, plus much more. So let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got.
All right, everybody, we are in at good old Walmart, and do I see new releases? Oh, baby, do I. Let's dive in, shall we? Because I think it's going to be a good one this week with a little bit of John motherfucking Wick. He killed 2 guys with a pencil. Yeah, that kind of badass motherfucker. Here's John Wick, Chapter 4, baby. The 4K Blu-ray digital for $24.96. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $19.96. The DVD for $19.96 as well. Okay, well, the DVD is, why not just get the, I don't get these prices. But, yeah, you have the same prices on that, but for a little bit more, I guess you could get the Steely Love. Ooh, yes, the only at Walmart exclusive Steelbook goodness Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.96. Look at this. That's actually pretty sweet, man. With the slipcover over the Steelbook. Nice. It would probably be a little bit better if the spider claws didn't get to it. Ah, shit. But that being said, if you can find a copy without it, I don't know, that's looking pretty sweet, honestly. That's not bad, man. And here's what it looks like on the inside and the back and inside the case as well, which is pretty sweet, man. So, all things considered, my man John Wick is looking pretty good on all fronts. Oh, he truly is, man. Not bad at all for a little bit of John Wick love. Dare I say, baby, yes. Oh, man. And I got to admit, dude, I had to see this in the movie theater. Of course I did. It's John fucking Wick. I mean, if I didn't, now, what kind of movie action lover would I really be? Come on, man. I saw it with Bob, with John, with Van. Movies like this are appointment viewing nowadays, man. It truly, honestly is. And the reason why is because these movies are just that damn good, man. They have literally signified what action can truly be on the silver screen nowadays, man. And it really does show. And look, I remember seeing the first movie with Bob and thinking to myself, this is awesome. This is amazing, dude. This is fan-fucking-tastic. And I wasn't expecting it. I was walking into this movie like, and it's just another Keanu Reeves movie. It's sort of the last gasp of his career, right? Because he was on the downside. But this actually ended up being the saving grace for Keanu, all things considered, man. And it didn't make a lot at the box office, but it was word of mouth that carried it through with digital and physical. And then when the second film came out, people were definitely ready for it, and it delivered. And then the third film came out, and it delivered yet again, and even more popular. And now we're here with John Wick Chapter 4, and it's now become something of a must-watch for fans of the genre, for action blockbuster spectacle. And who would have thought that after watching the first John Wick movie? But we're here now, and damn glad for it, man. And so this was highly anticipated by everybody, myself included, all the guys. And so would it live up to the John Wick legacy? Well, thankfully, oh, and damn glad for it, it absolutely did, baby. Yes. Oh my god, man. This movie is, it's epic. Okay, it truly is absolutely amazing in every single sense of the word, man. Whether it's the action sequences, the great villainous turns from the actors, Keanu Reeves' silent badass assassin. I mean, everything is just brought to the most epic and huge levels of intensity that you can possibly imagine. And it works perfectly, dude. We've been building to this movie, right? Every single installment of the John Wick franchise has gotten us closer to part 4, right? The idea that him reluctantly getting back into the game in order to eventually be excommunicado. They messed with the wrong man. And it's been building to this. And now we're at this epic point in the franchise where it's do or die for John. And the stakes couldn't be any higher. And man, do they deliver. It's interesting because a 4th film in a franchise, all things considered, shouldn't be this good, man. I'm not saying diminishing returns, because that's not the truth, man. But maybe not as good as some of the earlier installments. Or maybe kind of treading water. But this doesn't do that, man. Literally, the director, Chance Stahelski, and Keanu Reeves came together to say, how can we make this even more epic, even more badass, with more crazy, wild, insane stunts and action sequences than they've never seen before. And they just take it to the next level, man. They take it to 11 in Spinal Tap terms. I mean, they really do, man. And it works amazing. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. All of the action sequences build on top of the next one, whether it's the car chases all the way to the big stairwell fight towards the end of the movie, man, to the whole like cowboy Texas gun down at the end of the movie, man. I mean, it's so well done, so brilliant. I give all of these actors credit. I give all of the stunt people credit. I give the editors credit. It is so masterfully well done, and man, it is one of the best experiences in a movie theater, just seeing it with people and the oohs and the ahs and oh shit, I can't believe they did that, and oh my god, this is epic. And it's just really just a wild ride of a movie that I absolutely dug, dude. And I'm like, man, this is what action needs to be. This is the pinnacle of watching action movies in cinema, man. I mean, we've gotten some great action movies in the past, but nothing, and I mean nothing, beats John motherfucking Wick, dude. This is the standard now. This is the gold standard, and it's movies like this that prove that, dude, you can make a really great, amazing action movie. You just have to have imagination, creativity, and a hell of a lot of people that are willing to die. And die by the hands of John Wick, man. Some great kills, some great bombastic moments, some cool-ass, unique villains, creating this masterful world and really filling it out with even more scum and villainy that you've never seen before. It's so fantastic, and just opening up the world to even more possibilities. It is amazing, man. 4th films in the franchise shouldn't be this good, and it really is. And man, if John Wick continues the trend of going upwards in franchises, man, it will be the best action franchise of all time. Keanu, I'm sorry I ever doubted you, because, man, this is your franchise. And John Wick, even in the 4th installment, still continues to wow me and kick major fucking ass.
Did someone call for an exorcism? Because if you did, Russell Crowe's got your back, yes. And the Pope's Exorcist, the Blu-ray digital for 1996, the DVD digital for 1990.
What is up with these prices today, man? Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, seriously, unless you're a really big lover of DVD, if it's the same price for the Blu-ray, man, they're just confusing the fuck out of people. I'm just saying, man. But hey, regardless, if you're looking for a little exorcism love, yet a new one to jump into. Indeed it is, man. I got a chance to watch this in the movie theater with Bob. In fact, we have a movie review out there. You can check it on the movie review playlist, or I will also put a link down below in the description if you would like to check out our full and complete thoughts on the movie. And to be fair, I wanted to go see the movie because the trailer looked good, right? But I also was very apprehensive since I've seen a lot of exorcism movies, and at this point, I'm kind of over this shit. Alright, I really am, dude. And it's not about being a Debbie Downer necessarily. It's just the fact that, man, I've been there, I've done it, I've seen it all, and it ain't getting much more interesting, and it ain't really getting all that better, okay? So, I'm like, what is the Pope's Exorcist really gonna give me that I haven't already seen, alright? So, I went in very skeptical, but I was like, okay, well, what's one more exorcism movie? So, why not, dude? And leaving the movie theater, I gotta admit, for Bob and I think overall, we kind of liked it, actually. I mean, we didn't love the movie necessarily, but I think we had a good enough time with the movie that we thought it wasn't half bad. I mean, I like the idea of this family who is inheriting this former church, and there's this sort of demonic entity or something that's haunting them and possesses the child, and suddenly Father Amorte, played by Russell Crowe, has to come in and rid the house of its demons, rid the child of the possession, and hopefully save the day. Easier said than done, man. It's not like you haven't seen this story a time or two, man. Wow, a family getting possessed by a demonic entity. Jeez, that happens every single fucking time, man. Okay? So it's very standard by that metric, right? But at the same time, once you sort of get over that idea of the kid being possessed and the standard exorcism stuff, they actually go into some really interesting ideas about the Catholic Church and good versus evil and the Spanish Inquisition and the church's origins, and there's some really fascinating stuff in here that I liked. As the movie went on, they slowly delved into it more and more and more, and I kept getting more intrigued and I kept getting more invested in the story, because once we got past the normal everyday exorcism stuff you've seen before, that's when the movie started to hit on all cylinders, man. Unfortunately, it comes a little later in the movie, but it still intrigued me, man, and I still really like where they went with it. And I gotta admit, the performances were actually well done, man. I like the family dynamic. I like the kid getting possessed. Jeez, man, somebody's gotta call the Ghostbusters, because if Father Amorte can't do it, shit, maybe Bill Murray can? Oh, fuck, man. But actually, speaking of Russell Crowe, I think Russell Crowe is the thing that makes this movie what it is, man. He's charming, he's lighthearted, he's snarky, but in a fun and entertaining way, and he's serious when he needs to be, and he really brings the gravitas to this role, man, and he really makes this movie what it is. Without him, I don't know if this movie would be half as good as what it ultimately is, but he makes it work, man. And I like the idea of the unique premise of the origins of Catholicism and the origins of the church and the Pope and the demonic entities and how Father Amorte is involved in all this. I love the mythology aspects to it, and I think that kept me really intrigued, along with Russell Crowe. Yes, is it standard at times? Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah, is it kind of going through the motions at moments? Yeah, it kind of is. But I think it has some really great nuggets of uniqueness that differs from some of your everyday exorcism movies, that I kind of give it a little bit of extra value than your standard everyday exorcism film that you've seen time and time again, man. It's not perfect. It's got faults to it, but overall, I've seen a lot of really shitty exorcism movies, or substandard ones, and I gotta admit, this one was actually kind of rock solid. it actually kind of works for what it is. Not perfect, not really in the top tier exorcism movies, but for nowadays, more than serviceable. Shit, I'll take that any day of the week. The Super Mario Brothers, the movie, on physical media, I know, you missed my singing, just a wee bit. Oh man, the Super Mario Brothers. Holy shit. Oh man. Finally hitting the big screen yet again. Do we really count the live action one? I guess. Oh man. The 4K Blu-ray digital for $29.96, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.96, and the DVD for $19.96. All the physical love for your Super Mario Brothers needs, man. Not bad. And actually, I got a chance to see this in the movie theater with John, of all people. Actually, John came up to me and he was like, "Hey, are you seeing Super Mario Brothers?" And I'm like, I don't know if I am or not. I mean, I was kind of thinking about it, but was on the fence. And he's like, "Dude, I really want to see this. Do you mind going with me?" And I'm like, "Okay, I'll do it. Shit, why not, man? Up for any movie. You know me, when in Rome, man." So we went, and to be honest here, I'm going to be real. I am a huge Super Mario Brothers fan from way back in the day, dude. Like the Nintendo era days, the original Nintendo. Yeah, man, I go all the way back, dude. I'm that old. I really am, man. And so I was playing Super Mario way back in the day. I was playing on the Super Nintendo. Yeah, man, I remember the original Mario Kart. Like, yeah, I go back with this franchise for a long, long time, man, especially the video game stuff. And so I've always loved the characters. I've always loved Mario and Luigi and Donkey Kong and Bowser. I mean, I love that stuff, man. That stuff's great. And so, you know, when I watched that first movie, the live action one with John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins and everything, yeah. I mean, I don't hate the movie like some people do, but it's not really Super Mario. Yeah, they can call it. Yeah, they can call the characters the names and all that jazz and put some of the iconic, you know, wardrobes and everything, but yeah, it's far from the actual Mario that we know and love. And so that movie bombed hard, actually. And so we hadn't really heard anything about them ever doing another Super Mario Brothers movie. I mean, that live action film has always been a stain. It really has. And so when they announced that they were doing one, I was kind of skeptical because I've been through the ringer with this franchise, the good and the bad. And I'm like, shit, dude, I don't know if this is going to be worth it, but hey, it's Illumination. I'm figuring like it's got to be somewhat worth it, right? Maybe. So all things considered, I was willing to dive into it. And after I left the movie theater, I got to admit, I had a really fun time with this movie, man. I had a great time with this flick. It is incredibly entertaining, man. Not only for old school adults like myself who has been with this franchise since day one, but it's also for the kids, man. All the crazy wild colors and the quirky characters and Jack Black's Peaches song, which is so damn good, man. God, I can't get enough of that shit. Like, it's great, and the animation is gorgeous, and the voice acting is really well done by everybody. I loved it, even Chris Pratt. And I was kind of worried about Chris Pratt at first, but I didn't really have to be, because he embodied the spirit of Mario in a really great way. I love the in-jokes and the cool little Easter eggs, a lot of things that completely went over my head, some stuff that I found, some stuff I completely missed. I mean, is it the best overall Mario story they could have done? No, but as an introductory first film and hopefully a very ongoing franchise, I think it works pretty well, man. It's not the best animated movie you've ever seen. It's not the most in-depth animated movie you've ever seen. But is it really well done? Yeah, it kind of is, man. Actually, pretty rock solid. I had low expectations. I mean, the lowest of the low. And it actually delivered in spades, man. It was fun. It was really entertaining. The characters are really well rounded. And it's got some humorous moments and some great adventurous action scenes. And it really does feel like they really wanted to put the effort into this thing and really wanted to make something that was true to the Mario iconography and the legend, but also something that kids could really enjoy and dive into as well. And I think it's the best of both worlds, man. Not the most memorable animated movie, but a rock solid Mario movie? Yeah, it kind of is. And after the stain of the live action, this is a breath of incredible fresh air.
Who wants to work for the Mafia?
Well, if it's for this chick, I'd rather be buried 6 feet under. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. With Mafia Mama, the DVD for $12.96. Man, this is where the Mafia's been. This is what's happened to it. Damn, dude. The Godfather is rolling in his grave. Shit. Hell, man. Yeah, I watched this movie on Amazon Prime. And to be fair, I had no fucking interest in watching this goddamn thing, okay? I mean, the trailers were fucking god-awful. I knew even then that I didn't want to watch the goddamn thing. But I'm like, well, it's for you guys, and I'm gonna take a stab at it. The things I do for you folks. Jesus, you owe me, goddammit. Cause Jesus, this thing was purely terrible, man. I mean, basically, it's about Toni Collette's character, who is this meek woman, kind of loserish. Her husband's cheating on her, son kind of disrespects her, and her grandfather dies, and he's in Italy, and she has to go there to sort of take care of his affairs. Little does she know that she's inherited his whole mafia ties and all of this mafia business that he has. Yeah, she's now the head of the mob. Oh, nobody's perfect. And she's now got to step up to the plate and be the head of the family. This chick, well, I guess if there's no other substitutes, why the fuck not? Man, and so all of the quirky and hilarious, well, that's what they said, hijinks that go along with this movie. Look, man, I'm gonna be honest, man, this thing was torture to get through, alright? It's not funny. Not at all, man. It's just lame and cringeworthy and kind of boring, and everybody just acts like a fucking idiot. All of these mob guys who are supposed to be professional hitmen and badass motherfuckers, they all turn into absolute fucking schmucks and idiots. All just for the fact of like, oh, look at all these mafia, mobster dumbasses. Oh. And it's like, really? My God, man. I mean, you can make mobsters funny. Sopranos has done it before, so it's not like you can't do it. You just have to be clever about it. But this movie has no cleverness. Not even a single bone in its goddamn fucking body, man. And every single time, they're just going for the easiest, most convenient laugh. And it just turns just embarrassing and disappointing, and I just kept sitting there thinking to myself, like, this is all they've got? I mean, I don't mind a mafia comedy. I mean, Married to the Mob, I like that type of movie, dude, but this is not the way, okay? I mean, especially when I didn't get even a goddamn chuckle out of this movie, man. I mean, Toni Collette is trying, Monica Bellucci is trying, everybody's trying to do their best to elevate the material, but damn, they're failing in the most epic fucking way, man. This is seriously god fucking awful, man. And as far as mafia movies are concerned, it's just a real shame, because as far as I'm concerned, it pisses on good mafia movies, good mafia comedies, and it's just downright a train wreck of a movie, man. Not one single time would you even laugh. Most of the time, you're just sort of wincing in horror where you're like, Jesus, man, how much longer are they going to really try to fuck their own corpse with these terrible comedies? He's like, shit, dude. You know, most mafia people bury a lot of their enemies 6 feet under. They probably should have done this with this fucking movie, because I think everyone would have been better off. I mean, if you like lame-ass comedies, have at it, man, but I'd like something a little bit more clever for my money's worth, okay? I didn't get anything clever. I didn't get anything funny. I didn't really care about the characters. I just sat there thinking to myself, this is really stupid. I see everything coming a mile away. It's absolutely fucking predictable, and everybody is a goddamn fucking stupid idiot. Alright? If this is where mafia movies are heading, fucking shoot me now, because I never want to watch another movie like Mafia Mama ever again in my fucking life, man. Put it out of its goddamn misery, or put me out of my goddamn misery, because these movies should never be subjected to the public again. If you ever get mistaken for an assassin, you could fess up to it, or you could pretend to go along with it like an absolute schmuck like Kevin Hart. Which would you choose? In The Man from Toronto, the DVD for $17.96. Ah, yes. Kevin Hart, instead of teaming up with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, decided, well, if he's too busy for me, I might as well team up with Woody Harrelson. Acceptable substitute. Why not, man? A little bit of Netflix love coming on physical media. I did get a chance to watch it on the good old Netflix, and I gotta admit, man, you know, I wasn't interested in it, and I think the reason why I wasn't interested in it is because of Kevin Hart. I'm not a big Kevin Hart guy. I've said that to you many times over, but then again, I really like Woody Harrelson, so it was kind of a conundrum for me. Not a big fan of Kevin Hart, but I really like Woody Harrelson. Well, Woody won out at the end of the day. And I got a chance to watch it, man. And basically, Kevin Hart plays this mild-mannered, easygoing sort of schlep of a loser, man. He's trying to get multiple businesses going. He can't really do it. He's a nice guy, but he gets stepped on constantly by people. And one day, he ends up mistakenly not figuring out an address and ends up going to the wrong place. And they think that he's Woody Harrelson. I never thought in a million years that Kevin Hart would be mistaken for Woody Harrelson, but okay, let's go with it. And they think that he's the man from Toronto, the infamous assassin, hitman, come here to interrogate and get information. And he's kind of like, what's going on here? And he kind of just plays along because he doesn't know any better. He doesn't know what to do, man. He's stuck in a bad situation. And thus, the mistaken identity goes too far, and suddenly he's in way too deep. Good luck to him, man. Good luck indeed, man. Look, I'm gonna be honest here, dude. There's a part of me that kind of liked the movie just a little bit, and it's basically because of Woody Harrelson. Woody Harrelson is great in almost anything he fucking does, man. Even when he's a badass hitman with a heart of gold and barely says two words and mostly mean mugs the entire time, he's actually doing a pretty damn decent job at it, dude. And of course, Kevin Hart is doing most of the heavy lifting because he's doing most of the comedy, or the comedy shtick, or at least trying to be funny. I think that's the ultimate problem that I have with this movie, is that where Woody Harrelson is playing the stoic assassin, cool comic collective, Kevin Hart is being the whole like, whoa, oh my God, we're gonna die, oh, what's gonna happen? And I'm like, dude, can you tone it down? Can you go from 10 to maybe 9? That would be nice, okay? No, not Kevin Hart, man. He doesn't know how to do that. He has no volume control, okay? And it clearly shows in a movie like this, man. I mean, the problem here is that it's just not funny. And I've always told you guys that the biggest sin with any comedy is the fact that it's just not funny. You get no laugh out of it, and I didn't at all. Kevin Hart is trying way too hard, man. He's throwing so much spaghetti at the wall, and none of it is really sticking, man. He's trying to go way over the top and ridiculous with this goddamn thing, and he's like, yeah, I'm the man from Toronto. You don't want to mess with me. Oh, do ya? Oh, I'm going to get this knife, and I'm going to cut you. Oh, yeah, I'm going to cut you. You better say what you're going to say before I'm going to cut you, because when I cut you, oh, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel it big time, right? Oh, yeah, you better say it. Oh. And I'm like, dude, really? I mean, come on, man. Can't you just try to just tone it down? I mean, shit, dude. I mean, a little goes a long way. And with Kevin Hart, sometimes he just doesn't understand that. And he's just going way too far with this all. And Woody Harrelson is trying to bring it back to some sort of cohesiveness, but it's really barely working, man. I mean, the chemistry kind of works from time to time, but that's mostly because Woody Harrelson is doing the heavy lifting in that rather than Kevin Hart is. He's just going for the really shticky, over-the-top, ridiculous, and just unbearable comedy, and it just doesn't really work out very well, and it's just a goddamn shame, man. I mean, everybody is doing their best. I mean, even Ellen Barkin, man. I was so shocked to see Ellen Barkin, but she does a great job in sort of this really badass chick villainous turn, man. She does really well for the small amount of time she gets, and I like some of the action sequences, and I like Woody Harrelson being badass. I mean, there's some things here that kind of work, but overall, it's kind of a letdown, and it's because of Kevin Hart, man. He's just trying way too hard, and it honestly really does show, dude. You know, look, sometimes, you know, just try to not overdo it, man. Try not to overstep yourself. And he really does, and it's just a goddamn shame, man. Look, I like a good comedy. I like some wacky comedic hijinks, but, man, when it comes to Kevin Hart, I don't know, man. He just really just doesn't know when to just quit. And this is a movie that really shows that when you go too far with it, it's no longer funny. It's just kind of pathetic. Sorry, Woody. You tried, but Kevin done fucked you up. A history lesson in basketball done right in Sweetwater. The DVD for $14.96. Ah, yes, man. Who isn't up for a little bit of basketball appreciation, man? Carrie Elways, Jeremy Piven, Richard Dreyfuss, Kevin Pollak. Not a bad cast, man. Not bad indeed. And I got a chance to watch this on good old Amazon Prime, and I didn't really know what I was walking myself into. I knew it was inspired, based around a true story, and I'm like, okay, I like a good basketball movie from time to time. We'll see what it's about, man. And basically, it is about Sweetwater Clifton, who was part of the Harlem Globetrotters and was one of the first black players to sign to the NBA and to play in the NBA, and his story and how he paved the way for a lot of players who came after him, people like Michael Jordan and LeBron and a whole bunch of others who have come and gone in the game. But Sweetwater will always live on. Oh, he truly will, man. And I've got to admit, when watching the movie, I enjoyed what I saw, man. I mean, it's an interesting, unique story that I had never heard of. Mind you, I'm not really much of a sports guy. I mean, I am, but I'm kind of not. Casual, I would say, more than anything else, man. And I appreciate these type of sports movies, biopics that really open up your world to the history of the game and of the sport, right? And Sweetwater is really good at that, man. Getting to know this guy and his struggles dealing with playing at a certain level with the Globetrotters, but not really getting to that next level. Entertaining people, but also them being afraid of you because of your skin color. Yes, we're talking way back in the day, folks. And I think for the most part, it actually works. You really like the personalities, you like the characters, you like the story of this person who has a lot of really great talent but is denied a lot of the opportunities and fighting to get those opportunities and people giving him a shot. And I think it actually works really well, man. And I think the acting is really solid here, man. Carrie Elways is great in this movie. Jeremy Piven is actually really solid as the coach, does a great job. Hell, even Richard Dreyfuss, man, for the small role that he has, I think he does a pretty decent job, man. It's not going to be the most exciting basketball movie of all time because the basketball is really more towards a minimum than anything else. Yeah, you get some of the really great quirky Harlem Globetrotter moves and everything and some of that stuff that is really great. But I think overall you're there for the drama, you're there for the story, you're there for the characters, and you're there for finding out about the true story about this guy who really changed the game in more ways than one, man. It does have some treading water moments where they could have cut a little bit here, a little bit there, but that's few and far between, man. It's still a very fascinating story that I was absolutely engaged with and really loved finding out about this guy and the struggles and his achievements and what he really meant to the game itself, man. It's not going to be on anybody's most exciting basketball movies of all time list. It really isn't, man. But as far as a rock-solid, dramatic basketball movie is concerned, I think it's definitely aces.
Hey, yo, business is good, right?
Okay. Yeah, my Stallone sucks. I know. I'm trying. Okay, give me a break, will ya? Season 1 of Tulsa King for 1996, man. Oh, yes. Come on. Some more Stallone love in our lives? Who'd deny that shit? Who would indeed, man? Because I got a chance to watch this on Paramount Plus, and I gotta be honest with you, I was really intrigued by this. I mean, thinking that Stallone is doing a TV series, because you never really see that before. And I mean, that alone kind of piqued my interest to it. And also the fact that it's from Taylor Sheridan, who also did good old Yellowstone. But then again, I've never watched a single episode of Yellowstone, so I was walking into this kind of blind, actually. I didn't really know what I was really in for. I just knew that people were kind of saying good things about it, so I was going to give it a go. I mean, basically, Stallone ends up playing Dwight, and this guy has been in prison for 25 years, man, for a crime that he was unjustly punished for. And the idea that he gets out and he goes to the mob family that he's devoted his entire life to, and he says, look, I was in the joint for 25 goddamn years. I stayed silent. I could have ended up giving up evidence to get out of prison. I could have put you guys away. I didn't do that. I was actually a really true, loyal member, and now I'm back. I want in. And basically, they really have no place for him. And they're like, look, we need you to end up going to Oklahoma. And he's like, why? Well, we don't have a foothold in Oklahoma, and we want you to earn for us. We want you to make a impression on the community. We want to actually have a presence there. And basically, in a nutshell, they're just kind of shoving him away in the middle of fucking nowhere. And yet, at the same time, Dwight sees it as an opportunity to really prove himself. And thus he does. But all the complications that go along with it, he'd have never seen coming. Oh, indeed he hasn't, man. I got to admit, I loved the hell out of Tulsa King, man. I watched it with my girlfriend, all of the episodes. We loved it. I mean, my girlfriend was a hell of a lot more skeptical than I was, because she was like, Stallone, TV series, mob, I don't know if I'm gonna like this. And I said, well, just give it a chance. Give like 1 or 2 episodes. And if you don't like it, hell, I don't blame you. Fine, whatever. And after a couple episodes, she was in. She was like, okay, I'm kind of liking this, man. I think it's funny and it's dramatic, and there's a lot of charm to it, and I absolutely agree with her. Stallone is fantastic here, man. He really is, dude. He has such great personality and presence, and he's just having a ball with this role, man. He really is, dude. He's getting great lines of dialogue, great interactions. He gets to be humorous and dramatic and badass all in one, and he pulls it off perfectly, man. Everybody does, dude. And you see all the crazy wild twists and turns, and it's all exciting and unpredictable, and you're just kind of on the edge of your seat, man. And I loved the dialogue, and I loved the characters and the situations, and man, I dug the hell out of this, man. I thought it was really rock solid, man. A solid season of television that really riveted me, man. I loved it. I laughed out loud. I was on the edge of my seat. I couldn't wait for the next episode. It got me, man, and it's really that fucking good, man. Taylor Sheridan did a hell of a job with this. If this is as good as what Yellowstone is, then, man, it really is going to be appointment television. Maybe not everybody knows about it. Maybe it's not going to be as popular as Yellowstone, but I think it's just as unique, just as fascinating, just as entertaining, and a really, really great performance by Stallone that proves that, well, even when you're old, you still got it. You truly do, man. Stallone is back? Well, he never really left, but as far as badass television is concerned, he's definitely making his presence known. Donnie Yen and martial arts go together like peanut butter and jelly. It just tastes so damn good. It really does, man, with the Blu-ray of Sokra. God, I hope I'm saying that right. For $14.96, the DVD for $12.96. What is this? I don't know, but Donnie Yen on the cover doing his best martial arts badass maneuvers sold me already, baby. It truly did, because duty, honor, and revenge. Yeah. So, interesting. What is this? Based on the classic Wuxian novel Demigods and Semi-Devils. Stars Donnie Yen, the respected leader of a roving band of martial artists, after he is wrongfully accused of murder and subsequently exiled. A little bit like John Wick. Goes on the run in search of answers about his own mysterious origin story and the unknown enemies working to destroy him from the shadows. And all of the badass Donnie Yen that you can take. Interesting. I've never heard of this one, but dude, regardless, it's Donnie motherfucking Yen. I mean, come on, dude. The guy is kick-ass, badass, dude. You do not want to fuck with Donnie Yen. John Wick 4 proves it. It really does, man. And he's been in so many great movies like Rogue One. Hell, he's my preferred Ip Man, and he's done so many great stuff. I mean, Blade 2, and I could go on and on, man. He's fucking awesome, dude. I don't know about this movie. It kind of intrigues me, though. The classic Wuxian novel. I like the idea of him being exiled and wanting revenge. Like, that all sounds really cool, man. So, I don't know. Might be worth diving into. I mean, for Donnie Yen alone, look, any Donnie Yen is good Donnie Yen. And if he ends up doing some really crazy martial arts moves and kills people in some badass ways, consider me a big old fan.
The hat, the mustache, the gun. He's definitely radiating Texas.
In One Ranger, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $13.96 with Thomas Jane and Joan Malkovich. And I gotta admit, I was kind of baffled at first because I'm like, dude, that's Thomas Jane, because he is unfucking recognizable. I'm like, dude, I thought that was like, some actor cosplaying as Thomas Jane. Like, I'm like, dude, he's doing a really great job being Thomas. Oh shit, that is Thomas Jane. I was like, what the fuck? Oh man. So it's kind of like a modern day Western flick, maybe? British intelligence meets Texas justice in this white knuckle action thriller. A gunslinging Texas Ranger, Thomas Jane. There is only one good Texas Ranger, okay? And it ain't Thomas Jane. It's Chuck motherfucking Norris. Just saying, okay? Just putting it out there, man. Let's see. Tracks a bank robber across the desert only to discover he's an international terrorist set on detonating a bomb in the heart of London. What the fuck? When the lawman's partner is killed, he is drawn into a partnership with a British intelligence agent and her boss to bring the outlaw to justice, dead or alive. Preferably dead. Oh, man. Okay, so it's kind of modern meets old school cowboy western sensibilities, man. Okay, interesting. I can kind of go with it, man. I mean, I've told you guys before that I don't really love westerns necessarily. I mean, I do, but the old school ones back in the day. A lot of the new ones aren't really my jam anymore, but this kind of is the best of both worlds. Sort of like an espionage, intelligence thriller meets a sort of cowboy action flick, and that could be kind of intriguing and kind of cool, man, if done right. You know, some of these straight to Blu-ray DVD movies, they don't exactly light my world on fire, but a badass Thomas Jane and a slightly less comatose John Malkovich, I'd be game.
I do believe it's time to hunt in Hunt Club, Fight Back or Die, the DVD for $9.96 with Casper Van Dien, Mina Suvari, and Mickey Rourke. Ah, yes. Well, I mean, not so much. I mean, Mickey Rourke looks like he deserves to be in a wax museum. He could put himself in there. He doesn't need a wax figure. Holy shit. God damn, dude. Hunting season just got a whole lot deadlier. Well, maybe. What is this about? Cassandra just lost her girlfriend and daughter and is now desperate to find help any way she can. In walks Carter, a hunter offering her the chance to win $100,000. Sounds good, but only if she participates in a hunt on his private island. Little does she realize and discovers that there's other women on the island who are being used as game in the hunt. With their help, she turns the tables on the men, showing that women are better hunters after all. Ooh, are they? We'll have to find that one out. Ah, we will indeed. Look, I don't know much about this movie, but I do like Casper Van Dien from time to time. Mina Suvari, God knows, man, I haven't seen Mina Suvari in much, dude. I mean, after a lot of the American Pie stuff and some of the comedy that she did back in the day, she kind of disappeared. She's kind of slightly making a comeback, but I don't know if she's going to be in the best movies as far as comebacks are concerned, but hey, why not have at it and try? I mean, Mickey Rourke is what Mickey Rourke is, man. He's not exactly prime Mickey Rourke from back in the day. I mean, geez, I'll even take him hanging out with the parrot in Iron Man 2. Shit, man. I'll do anything as long as we don't get the Mickey Rourke nowadays. My God, dude. I mean, have you seen him as of late? My God, man. He looks like Joan Rivers if Joan Rivers went on a bender. Fucking shit, dude. I don't know, man. I mean, I like a good human hunting human story. Like The Hunt is really great. Or Battle Royale, The Most Dangerous Game, which is a really great old school movie. Hell, even the remake has its moments, and hell, that even had Casper Van Dien in it. So I like the concept and the idea behind it. It could be a cool little women fighting back against the establishment type of flick if done right. You know how some of these straight-to-DVD movies go. They don't exactly do it the best, alright? I'm just speaking the truth, man. Sometimes they really surprise you, and other times, well, you pretty much predicted they'd let you down like a motherfucker. And I don't know about this one, but another human hunting human story? Sure, why not? We're living in an age where anything is possible, and I guess the Hunt Club is part of it. Just don't involve me in it. Hey, I want to win $100,000. I want to be rich, but I'd rather be alive to enjoy it than dead. I know, right? Semantics, but let's be real. You know, if you're dead, you can't spend the money. So I guess in some ways, I'll be alive any day of the week. Poor, yes, but alive. And if I don't have to see Mickey Rourke, I consider that a win. And you know what else I consider a plus? More new releases, like the indie weirdness. Oh, indeed I do. Ah, yes. More stocking the shelves with all of the indie oddities. You gotta love it, man. Like
Bone Cold for $12.96? What is this? Sometimes we make our own demons. Oh, do we now? Huh, interesting. What is this? After bad intel from headquarters results in a tragic civilian death, an elite sniper duo attempts to flee the area but can't seem to shake a mysterious inhuman creature stalking them from the shadows. Time is running out as the creature is closing in. Oh, that's interesting, man. The idea that it's sort of this intel gone bad espionage thing and turns into literally being stuck in the freezing cold with this inhuman creature that's trying to stalk you and kill you. That's interesting, dude. I like the spin on that. That could be interesting. Well, maybe. I don't know. What the fuck is that? God, dude, it looks like a goddamn Muppet. What the fuck? Let's hope the creature is a little bit better than that. At least I'm hoping it will, because damn, if that's what it is, man, ain't no one gonna be afraid of that shit. I don't know, dude. Like, I like a good survival tale in the cold depths, man. Something like The Gray with Liam Neeson, man, where he's fighting the wolves and shit. Like, I love that, man. So I do like that type of survival tale, and to put a weird sort of messed up creature in it as well, that could intrigue me. Could, depending on what the creature looks like. Trust me, sometimes a good movie gets ruined by a bad creature. Do you remember back in the day, they showed the early effects for the Predator, and they showed what the original Predator design looked like, and it looked really terrible, man. Almost like a cross between a grasshopper and a mantis or some shit. Like, it looked terrible, dude. And I was like, my God, man, if they went with that design, that would have been shit. God, that would have ruined the movie. So really, sometimes all it takes is a bad creature to really ruin a movie, but a good-looking creature could definitely end up making it well worth your while. Where will this one land? I don't know, but is it worth finding out? I got 99 Problems, and Assassin is just one of them in Assassin Club, the DVD for $12.96. Ah, yes. Good old Assassins yet again, man. Boy, we're seeing a lot of them this week. We really are, dude. Because once you're in, there's only one way out. With good old Henry Golding, Noomi Rapace, Sam Neill. This will be exciting. I don't know about that one. Possibly. Well, look, I mean, I watched it on Amazon Prime, okay? Because I thought, hey, Assassins, right? That shit'll be exciting. Maybe. I mean, I also like Henry Golding. Sam Neill ain't half bad either, so I thought, wow, why not give it a go, man? So, basically, Henry Golding plays this globetrotting, world-class assassin, and he's very good at his job, and gets in, gets out, very precise. But he also has an outside life with a girlfriend who he didn't tell her the honest truth about what's going on. Of course, because why would they ever be honest about that shit? I don't think he ever puts that on his Tinder profile, just saying, man. And so he's trying to live both lives happy and also kill people at the same time. And he realizes that people are hunting him. There's a contract out for his life, and if he doesn't kill them before they kill him, there could be some crazy complications. And so he's on the hunt to take down every single last one of them. And let's hope he's good at his goddamn job. Let's hope indeed, man. So, I gotta be honest. I'm watching the movie. An hour into watching this thing, I'm thinking, damn, dude, can this thing be over yet? I mean, seriously? Because I'm really kind of over it. Okay, it's not a bad movie necessarily, but it's just kind of going through the motions, man. The action is not really all that exciting. The characters are kind of intriguing, but also kind of wet noodles at the same time. I mean, I like Sam Neill playing this sort of agent that is guiding Henry Golding, but also is on his own side as well. But yeah, he's good, but he doesn't have a big enough role. I do like Noomi Rapace. She's this great badass assassin chick, very deceptive and sneaky, and very evil in her own ways, but I'm kind of liking what she was doing with this flick, man. She's actually really good here, and Henry Golding is trying to carry the movie the best he possibly can, and he's got a good personality, he's got charm, but the movie doesn't really help him out, man. I mean, he's trying, but the action isn't really serviceable, and the intrigue and the drama is kind of predictable. You see shit coming a mile away. It's standard assassin movie bullshit that you've seen a time or two, man. It's trying to ape off of John Wick. It's trying to ape off of all these other action movies. Ooh, espionage and spies and revenge and all that shit. And I'm like, okay, that's cool, but I can just watch John Wick. Like, why do I need to watch this shit? Look, man, I like a good assassin movie. You remember that one, Assassins, with Stallone and Banderas? That was so good, man, way back in the day. I mean, I like a good one like that, but I don't know, man. It was just over 2 hours. It had no business being 2 hours long, and it just really just stretches itself out thin, boring at times, and you're just waiting for interesting shit to happen, and when it does, you really don't give a shit. Better luck next time. I like Henry Golding. I like these actors. I like a good assassin movie, but this one shit the bed and honestly bored me to absolute death. If you need an addiction, make it a perfect addiction, said no counselor ever. Oh man, what the hell is this? 996. What the hell? From the director of After We Fell and After Ever Happy. God damn. That doesn't bode well for this movie. Shit. Fucking hell, man. Oh, great. A romance movie? Another one in a long line of them. Wonder what this one will do different than the rest of them. Let's find out. MMA trainer Sienna thinks that she and her champion boyfriend Jax are the perfect team. That is until the day she discovers him cheating on her with her own sister. Holy shit. Oh my god. This chick's got a lot of problems, man. Oh my god. I don't know how the counselor's gonna spin this one. Holy hell. To be fair though, I don't know if I'd piss off an MMA chick. I mean, she knows how to beat the crap out of people, and her muscles are probably the size of my fucking forearm. So, I don't know if I'd technically cheat on her, but then again, he's also an MMA fighter, so, I mean, he's got a fighting chance. But the sister, though? Damn, dude, if I was her, I'd run for the fucking hills, man. I'd get witness protection. Jeez, I hope that dick was good, because you're gonna need it, man. Oh, damn. Jeez. Good luck with her, man. Damn. But she is bent on revenge because Sienna starts training the one man capable of dethroning Jax, his arch nemesis Kaden. Now, what are these fucking names from Mortal Kombat? What the fuck? What begins as payback quickly turns into something much more heated as boundaries are blurred and workouts get steamy. Ooh, do they? Based on the wildly popular Wattpad web novel with over 86 million reads. What the fuck is a Wattpad web novel? Okay. Dude, whatever happened to just a regular book? I know, I'm such a boomer, guys. What the hell, dude? I mean, okay, this movie is just another one of those, oh, I got cheated on, and now I'm going to one-up the person that cheated me, and then I'm gonna end up getting into a relationship with the one person I never thought I'd get into a relationship with, and all the crazy complications. Okay, I get it, man. This thing is the same old bullshit we've seen a time or two. It's the same thing with those romance dancing flicks, right? Oh, the chick from The Good Side and the bad boy and how they get together and all that shit. It's the same crap, man, just in a different form, dude. I mean, no lie, MMA is badass, but when it's done like this, it's not good, man. Look, whether it's MMA fighters trying to get into film or movies about MMA that turn into sappy romance flicks, MMA just cannot catch a fucking break. Better luck next time. Let's hope Kaden doesn't cheat on her because, man, if the sister ends up sleeping with Kaden as well, I mean, man, she's got some bad luck. Either she's not giving it the way that the guys wanted, or the sister knows how to take the D really well. Better work on your relationship issues more than the MMA stuff. Something tells me you can beat the shit out of people really well, but keeping a man, is a whole nother issue. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your gospel soul and drift away. Down, Southern Gospel, yes, for $9.96. Never surrender the dream. Apparently so, man. Nice suit. Damn cool guitar. Oh, he's well on his way for a little bit of Southern Gospel. Oh, apparently he is, man, because the truth will set you free. That's what they say. But I don't really believe it. I don't at all, man. Samuel Allen, a 1960s rock and roller, finds himself in jail. Years of anger and blame towards organized religion have led him down a road of rebellion. In a moment of divine intervention, a judge dismisses drug charges against him under the pretense that Samuel speaks to local schools and churches about the dangers of drugs. Huh. Man, it's way before the DARE program. Maybe the origin story? Given a second chance, he follows in his father's footsteps, overcoming the influence of a powerful church leader with a personal vendetta against his family. To become a preacher, Samuel's desire to use his talents to share a message of forgiveness is challenged. Jesus, okay. It's one of those goddamn faith movies. Son of a bitch. Oh, yeah, jeez. Okay, the side pretty much proves that. Fucking hell. Alright, dude. I was kind of sneaky. I'll give him credit, though, because there's really nothing on this. Like, well, except for the church. Okay, fine. Maybe they did, kind of sneak it in. Shit. Okay. Man, I should have seen it coming, but it kind of fooled me. My bad. Alright, look. It could be good. I'm not saying it could be bad, but I've seen a lot of these music movies with the faith angle to it. There's actually a lot of them, man. And some are kind of good. I like a movie like I Want to Believe. That's actually pretty solid of a religious musical type of Christianity movie. It ain't half bad, but a lot of them are just not my jam, dude. I'm not saying that they're bad. They just don't really appeal to me, dude. But then again, I don't really mind Christian music if it's kind of done in a style that I like, because I like POD. Remember that band from back in the day, dude, with the dreads? Like, they actually had Christianity music, and I actually kind of liked their shit. I mean, I actually did like Creed, too, to a certain extent, so if it's packaged in a certain way, I like it, but Southern Gospel, for this New Yorker, I don't know about that, man. Maybe, kind of, sort of, but not really my thing. Hey, I'm sure there's fans of it. I'm sure people are going to dig it, but it's not really my thing. Hey, if you like Southern Gospel, have at it. If you like Christianity, have at it. If you like religious movies, have at it. This is definitely the triple threat for you, and it's a triple threat for me to stay away. Aw, dolls can be cool, but a whole island of them? I'm not sure about that one. With Island of the Dolls, where playtime turns deadly, okay, for $9.96. I kind of like the cover, maybe. What is this about? After drowning on an island many years before, the evil spirit of a deceased young girl is looking for some new friends to play with, dead or alive. Wait a minute, so how is that connected to dolls necessarily? Okay, I mean, maybe the young girl liked playing with, little dolls back in the day, and now she wants to play with people, I guess? I don't know. Okay, I mean, I would just end up probably donating a lot of Barbies, and that way, not only do we get rid of all of those really terrible dolls, but we also end up satisfying the murderous rampage of an evil spirit. I consider that a win-win. I do indeed. Okay, she drowned and there's an evil spirit. Does anybody sense a little bit of Jason Voorhees vibe there? Yeah, it kinda does. However, Jason Voorhees is really fucking cool. I don't know about this chick to save my life. I have no idea. And it's probably cheapo people who are stupid that are going into the woods and being an idiot and getting caught and getting killed in really ridiculous ways, of course. A dime in a dozen. We've seen this movie a time or two, many other times over, and honestly, a lesser version of it doesn't really interest me all that much. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, but you know what? I'll just watch Charles Band's Dolls, because that's a hell of a lot more entertaining than this probably will ever be. Just saying, man. I mean, you got that, but you've also got
Fear the Invisible Man. Ooh, you don't say. Based on the classic by H.G. Wells, another Invisible Man tale? Don't mind if I do. What the fuck? What the hell? Look at that. Jesus Christ, man. Dude, he's having a really bad day. Oh my goodness. Yo. Man, will you put the bandages on and cover up? My God, man. I mean, sometimes I want you to take the shit off. Now I just want you to put it on. Oh, God. English, 1897. A young British widow shelters an odd medical school colleague, a man who has somehow turned himself invisible. As his isolation grows and his sanity frays, he schemes to create a reign of wanton murder and terror across the city. And she's the only one who knows that he even exists. Yeah, it's a very interesting Invisible Man tale. And I love me some Invisible Man goodness, dude. I really do. The old school movie way back in the day, directed by James Whale, that I absolutely love. I love Memoirs of an Invisible Man with Chevy Chase. Do you remember that movie? Old school John Carpenter movie, which I actually really like, man. It's kind of on the lesser end of Carpenter, but I actually think it's really solid, funny and dramatic. Really great villainous turn by Sam Neill, man. I love that one. Of course, you gotta end up saying the newer Invisible Man movie that was actually really solid, man. I actually really like that, about the woman who her abusing boyfriend becomes invisible and is now sort of stalking her. I actually really like that one. Of course, you also got to mention Hollow Man with Kevin Bacon, which is so fucking good as well, man, about him slowly losing his sanity and just going crazy and apeshit. I love that stuff, dude. So I like a good Invisible Man tale. I really do, when done right. I don't know if this is one of those, but I gotta tell you, just from kind of the imagery, I'm intrigued. I mean, it might be cheapo, kind of ridiculous, but I'm kind of down for this, man. I really am. You don't really see the Invisible Man getting much love nowadays. I mean, you'll always see Frankenstein tales and Dracula stuff. You'll always see that jazz, man. The Mummy, the Wolfman, obviously. But Invisible Man doesn't get nearly as much love as he possibly should. And I think it's the time to change that, man. I don't know if this movie's really going to change it all that much, though, but I think it could be a cool little time just sitting back and relaxing and watching this thing. Cool little iconic moments. I love the bandages and the glasses and whatever the fuck that is. It kind of intrigues me, man. I can't say all straight-to-DVD movies do, but this kind of does, and, well, at least that's a plus. Trust me, it isn't always that way. It's not, but Invisible Man goodness, kind of count me in. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. Pretty solid, and pretty solid for the release love that Walmart has given us. The indie oddities, and lest we forget, a little bit of new release gold on top of it. I can definitely dig it, man. Walmart is doing their due diligence, and you definitely gotta love it, and I definitely appreciate it. That's for damn sure, man. Not bad for good old Wally World this week. Let's head out. Who doesn't love a little bit of physical media goodness? Especially when they put the shit out, and, well, Walmart just so happened to be doing it this week, so, hey, I'll take what I can get. Especially when you're giving me all of the physical media goodies, man. You're giving me all of the blockbuster love with a wee bit of exclusives on top of that. Some Walmart weirdness and oddities. You're definitely speaking my language. You are, man. Not bad for the physical media love. I mean, I can't always say that Walmart is always doing their best job. Lord knows, sometimes I gotta call them out on it. But I also have to say when they do a really great job, and by the way, they kind of did it this week. So, hey, much love to Walmart. They actually did their due diligence. Damn glad for it. And this is the way physical media should be, right in my face. All the movies and media I can take. I kind of like that shit. I really do, man. So, for me,
I'm definitely in my glory here, but is there more physical media appreciation to show off? Is there more stores that are gonna be this damn good? Well, let's hope there is. How about we go and check it all out?
All right, everybody, we are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, I gotta talk to you guys about something. And, Disney is doing what Disney does. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, but, well, sometimes of their own doing. Yeah, I think you know. From Deadline, Disney officially discloses $1.5 billion, that's with a B, in write-downs for yanked streaming content as it signaled it would be on its May earnings call. Let's dive in, shall we? Disney made it official with an SEC filing after the markets closed Friday, confirming it would take $1.5 billion in write-downs associated with removing streaming programming from its platforms. The number came in on the low end. Wait a minute, $1.5 billion, that's on the low end? Okay. Provided by the company last month when it released its quarterly earnings. Like other media companies, Disney has been looking to trim expenses in the once fevered streaming arena, and removing the programming has been one means of reaching that goal. Rival service Max, the outlet recently rebranded by Warner Bros. Discovery, has also drawn scrutiny for shedding a number of high-profile titles. Those removals are part of the larger reckoning with the daunting economics of streaming. The long-promised nirvana for consumers of a nearly endless storehouse of available titles has collided with the reality of how much that costs to sustain, both in terms of technology and payouts to stakeholders in its programming. Along with pulling individual film and TV titles offline, the company also plans to bring Hulu titles onto Disney Plus by the end of the year. Among the dozens of series removed from global streaming circulation on Disney Plus are Willow, Big Shot, Turner Hooch, The Mighty Ducks Game Changers, Just Beyond, Diary of a Future President, The Mysterious Benedict Society, and The World. According to Jeff Goldblum, Hulu, meanwhile, is sidelining Why the Last Man, Dollface, Hot Zone, Maggie Pistol, and Little Demon. We are in the process of reviewing the content of our direct-to-consumer services to align with the strategic changes in our approach to content curation, CFO Christine McCarthy said on a May quarterly earnings call. As a result, we will be removing certain content from our streaming platforms and currently expect to take an impairment charge of approximately $1.5 to $1.8 billion. The charge will not be recorded in our segment results, will primarily be recognized in the fiscal third quarter as we complete our review and remove the content. The takedowns took effect on May 26. According to the filing, a review of remaining streaming fare is continuing. Disney said it expects more programming to be removed from direct-to-consumer and other platforms, largely during the rest of the company's fiscal third quarter. About $400 million in further impairment charges will result, Disney projects. Great. Just what we wanted. In addition, the filing goes on to say the company may terminate certain license agreements for the right to use content on its platforms, which would result in the removal of licensed content from its platforms and lead to impairment and/or contract termination charges as well as cash payments. The company currently expects that any such charges and payments related to licensed content would be meaningfully less than the impairment charges related to product content. The period of streaming austerity comes as CEO Bob Iger, back since last November for a second tour as CEO, is steering the company through a significant belt-tightening effort. The company recently completed layoffs affecting about 7,000 employees, or roughly 3% of its global workforce, a key part of achieving the $5.5 billion in cost savings. Man, they got a long ways to go. Although Iger selected Bob Chapek as his CEO replacement in 2020, he wound up becoming critical of his successor's approach to streaming. A flurry of new film and TV projects introduced by Chapek at an investor day in late 2020 worsened the financial profile of the streaming division and reflected an all-out push to attract new subscribers. Iger earlier this year reflected in an interview with CNBC that the company got intoxicated by our own sub growth. After a fast start with Disney Plus, rather than pure subscriber growth, Iger said retaining low subscribers was becoming the new priority. Well, good luck, Bob Iger. You're gonna need all the help that you can get. Shit. Okay, great. Another company that is literally taking content off of their platform to never be seen again. And you wonder why I'm such a fan of physical media, guys. I mean, look, Disney has been in hot water for a long while now, and this just continues the problematic that they constantly have with themselves. I mean, I have confidence that Disney will get out of their own way eventually. I do believe that will happen, but when is anyone else's guess? Because I really have no idea when it will actually happen. Because, my God, man, if it ain't one thing, it's another, and this is yet more icing on the cake. Because, look, the same with Max, right? What a shitty name that is, but fine. Okay, you want to take content off? Fair enough. But give us an alternative. Give us a reason to want to continue to stay subscribed to you. Why are you just getting the stuff and taking it off? This is your own content that you have. This is the stuff that you've made out of your hard-earned money. It's not stuff that you licensed from another company. It's not stuff that was made years and years and years ago. Literally, this content was made within the last 2 to 3 years. And they're just getting rid of it now on their platform. I mean, I understand the idea of wanting to save money, okay? If a series or a movie is not getting the viewers, is not getting the streaming hours that you so desire, then why do you keep it around? I don't know, because you've invested in that content. And instead of just getting rid of it for the sake of getting rid of it, why aren't you promoting it more on your service? Why aren't you putting the time and effort into actually letting people know that that stuff exists? Because I'm not going to lie, guys, there's a lot of this content out there that I didn't know existed. Maybe you didn't know existed. You're like, wait a minute, there was a Willow TV series? When the fuck did this happen? I mean, I knew about it, but there's some people out there that didn't know about it. But for the people who like it, why not keep it around? You might not enjoy the series, but there are other people out there that do, and that is content that is not on physical media. Because all of the stuff that has gotten pulled, whether it's from Max or Disney Plus, you name it, does not have a physical media release. So none of that stuff is available outside of streaming. It would be one thing if it was available on some platform, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, even other streaming avenues. But that isn't even the case, guys. So they're just pulling this content, and they're not even giving their fans or people who like this material any other option to have it. And that's what is the main sticking point to me. You want to lose $1.5 to $1.8 billion in cost, okay, fine, but why not have another way to get this stuff? You have Disney Movie Club. You have an option right there to give to people who so choose to want that content. Why are you making a limited edition run of some of these series or these movies that you're pulling and make a little money on the back end? It's not a bad idea. Bob Iger has even said to his earnings call people, fans, he's ended up saying, look, we're going to have other avenues of wanting to make money like physical media. He's wanting to get back into that again. That's great. Then show it. Prove it. Actually make this content available on a disc so that fans of the material can have the damn thing. They won't even do that. And this is why sometimes I'm not about what people say. I'm about what they do. And this is one of those times when they're talking out of their ass one way and doing another thing completely. And look, what's next? They say there's going to be more cuts coming. So it's not like this is the end of the road. There's going to be more stuff that they're going to get rid of. There's going to be more content that if it's not making any kind of dough for them, they're just going to call it a day and say, fuck it. And most likely, they're not the only streaming platform that's going to do it. Max is most likely going to continue down this road. Hulu is doing it already. And who knows what's next? Paramount Plus? Peacock? I mean, who's to say they aren't thinking about the same idea as well? Why are we keeping this content around if no one's watching it anymore? Just
keeping it there for the sake of keeping it there? Well, who gives a shit about that? Well, I don't know. The people who like the shit. I mean, I don't know, guys. They've built up streaming so much, so big to fail, and now we're seeing the repercussions of it. When we only have stuff for streaming, if it's the only option we have, we're giving these companies free rein to do whatever it is they want to do. Not getting enough eyeballs on it, get rid of it. If it's not making any type of monetary supplement, if it's not getting more sequels or more seasons, why are we keeping it around? It's not about the discovery of the content. It's not about actually creativity. It's about just money. And I know it's always been about that to a certain extent. It's always been about the greed, and it's always been about the do-re-mi. I understand that. But at a certain point, you built up streaming. You built up this huge platform that was a be-all, end-all for all the content that you can ever hope for. And now suddenly you're walking that back? I like streaming, guys. I do. Don't get me wrong. But you gotta call bullshit when you see it. And this is some old bullshit. I mean, it really is. On top of that, they're getting rid of this content just like Max got rid of the content because they don't want to pay people. They don't want to pay the directors and the writers and the actors for their time and effort to put this content out there for these companies to strive off of. They don't want to pay them money that these people deserve. And so that's a whole nother aspect to it, man. It's not just about pulling it because it's not making the money. It's also pulling it because we don't want it on our platform anymore, that we have to pay people for their efforts of giving us content. That's what it ultimately is at the end of the day. All these big wordings and shareholder meetings and everything, it's just excuses for excuses' sake is what it is at the end of the day, to justify why they're doing what they're doing. Well, we have to worry about the profit margins, and we have to worry about the affordability of our content on the service and the capacity of what bullshit, man. It's absolute garbage what they're talking about, man. You're telling me a company like Disney doesn't have the capacity on a streaming platform to keep that content up there? I absolutely guarantee you that they do. They just don't give a shit, guys. And it's the same with Max, and it's the same with all these companies. They could say what they want to say, but we know better, okay? Look, this is why I've said it. I like physical media, man, because the stuff that I love, I have, and it can't go away. I feel bad for eventually some of these other series. Like, what about some of the Marvel stuff out there? What about some of the Star Wars stuff? Well, they'll never get rid of that, Seth. It's Marvel, it's Star Wars, it's big property stuff. You don't know that. You have no idea. You think you know, but come another year, 2, 3 at that, if there's a Marvel series that isn't making money, isn't making the revenue off of it, do you think they're going to keep that shit? They're going to fucking cut it, man. And on top of that, if it's not on physical media, it's just gone forever, man. I can't quite blame people for buying bootlegs. I mean, for a while, I was a little bit pissed at people buying bootlegs. I mean, I don't do it, but at first I kind of got pissed off at people, and now I'm like, I don't blame them. Because if this content is just on a streaming service for the sake of a streaming service, who knows if it's going to be gone within the next day, year, 2, 3, 5, who knows? No wonder they buy it, just to have it for the sake of having it, because God forbid it might not be there the next day. Disney, you are really kicking your own self in the ass, man. You really are. These companies are, in general. And maybe these series you don't care about. Maybe, they weren't that impressive anyways. But those are the first sacrifices to go. There will be bigger ones. And when they are, you'll wish you had this conversation beforehand instead of when it really matters. Just saying, guys. What do you think about this? Do you think that it's a good idea that they're doing this? Or do you think that it really is a step in the wrong direction? I happen to think it is. Look, as much as I do like streaming, these are issues. And we're finally seeing that come to a head. The streaming wars are brutal, and they're just beginning. Definitely let me know, guys. But in the meantime, what about the physical media goodness? I mean, Walmart definitely had it, but what about Target? I'm hoping for some pretty good stuff. But how about we go in and give it a go?
All right, everybody, we are in at good old Target, and it looks like they have the new release love. Oh, it does indeed. How about we dive in with, I'm thinking he's back. What do you think? Oh, yes, in John Wick Chapter 4, baby. The 4K Blu-ray digital for $26.99. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.99. The DVD for $19.99. And, yes, a little bit of Target exclusive goodness with a unique little slipcover action for $22.99 for the Blu-ray DVD digital. Now, you remember a while back that they did that promotion for John Wick 4, and they had John Wick Chapter 1, 2, and 3, and they had exclusive slipcovers for those, which were basically all dog-themed. And I guess now they're continuing the trend with Chapter 4. Not bad, very interesting. I mean, I love dogs. I think these slipcovers are unique. Are they the best exclusive? No, but if you're a dog lover, it might pique your fancy. It just might indeed, man. But there's a lot of cool artwork love out there for John Wick, and Target is definitely supplying some of it. Not too shabby, baby. But let's get down to the movie. Let's get down to business by talking about none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Keanu Reeves. Come on, man. Because this franchise would be totally different if it weren't for Keanu Reeves. I mean, let's be honest about this, man, because the original concept of this movie was supposed to be a more seasoned, older veteran who used to be an assassin, hitman coming out of retirement, something like a Clint Eastwood, for instance, or Mel Gibson, somebody like that, man, right? And once Keanu Reeves ended up actually finding the script, he had an interest in it, and then it just kind of all spun from there. So be thankful that we got what we did, because without Keanu Reeves, John Wick, the iteration that we know and love, might not actually exist the way it is today, and damn glad for it. And I've always appreciated Keanu Reeves. He's always gotten a little bit of flack or pushback, mainly due to his acting, right? Because you can make fun of him all you want with a whoa. Or even his whole shtick where he's like, yeah. I mean, you can make a whole meme out of it, let's be real, man. But I think he's far more underrated than people really give him credit for, man. I mean, I love a lot of the old school stuff that he did, man. River's Edge, My Own Private Idaho, Parenthood, all that stuff back in the day. Of course, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, which is amazing. And even going back to movies like Chain Reaction or Speed, Point Break, Bram Stoker's Dracula. I mean, he has done so many different styles of genre that you've got to really appreciate what he's done, man. Hardball, Street Kings. He's been a producer, a director. He's really ended up being probably one of the more longer lasting actors to really reinvent himself over and over again. Just when you think you've held him down for one thing, just when you think that he's become this one cliche and that's all he's got left in the bag, he has another trick up his sleeve, man. And that's what a good actor really does. And that's what Keanu Reeves does, man. And he's that fucking good at it. And there was a time when he was kind of on the outs. I mean, Man with Tai Chi, which wasn't really all that hot. 47 Ronin, which, dude, I'm still not a fan. I'm really not. And there was a moment or two when you realized, okay, maybe he's lost it. He's not the A-lister that we all once thought and loved him to be. And then John Wick comes around and it changes the game yet again. He changed the game with Speed. He changed the game with The Matrix. And now he's doing it again with John Wick. I mean, not only is he one of the nicest guys in Hollywood, seriously, there is so many stories about this guy of how nice he is and how much he's went out of his way for his fans and just everyday people. And he's great. He truly is. But he is a great, phenomenal actor and somebody who really goes out of his way to help people in the industry, because when he got a hold of this script, he ended up suggesting one of his best buddies, former stuntman, Chad Stahelski, because Chad Stahelski used to be Keanu Reeves' stuntman for the longest time. He was his stuntman for the Matrix movies and so many other things, and he wanted to get into directing, he wanted to do his own thing, and Keanu literally went to bat for Chad Stahelski without him ever really having proven himself yet, and went and said, look, I want these guys to do it. And they hit it out of the park. Now you can't even think of a John Wick installment without Chad Stahelski being the director, man. So Keanu really goes out of his way to help people and really be somebody who gives people chances within the industry. He knows how hard it is to continue to make good movies in this industry, how tough it is to continue to be a name within Hollywood. He's been down and out, he's had his highs, he's had his lows, and he is still surviving to this day. Thank the fucking Lord for people like Keanu Reeves, man. I don't know where he'll go next as an actor, I don't know where he'll take his career, but wherever he goes, I'm gonna follow, man, because even when I was down and out on Keanu Reeves, even when there was moments where I doubted, I still was going to the movie theater, man. Me and Bob going to see the first John Wick movie. I was not a fan of the last few movies he had done, but I was still going to the movie theater because it was Keanu motherfucking Reeves, man. And he still deserved my hard-earned money, and he still does to this day, man. Whether it's comedy, drama, action, you name it, the man definitely knows how to have a screen presence, and John Wick is one of his greatest creations of all time.
The icons of the game will never truly die in Sweetwater. The Blu-ray digital for $22.99.
Ah, very nice, man. A little bit of NBA history right at your fingertips. Now, I gotta be honest with you, I think movies like this do deserve their own take, do deserve their own tale, their own story. They need to be told, man. It's almost like Jackie Robinson, right? He is such an important part of history, and that story has been told many times over, especially in movie form. That Jackie Robinson story with Chadwick Boseman, great flick with Harrison Ford. Love that movie. But that's a well-known story. This is one that I didn't really even know about. I mean, we all know about the Harlem Globetrotters, right? We've seen them on TV, we know the name, we know the group and some of their ball handling and some of the antics that they do. It's fun. But you don't really know the ins and outs of them or some of the players that went on to a little bit more notoriety, unless you are a big NBA history buff. And me, myself, I'm not. I'll fully admit it. And so it's stories like this that do really need to be spotlighted and have their own take to it, because, to be honest with you, these are historical tales that need to be preserved in a lot of ways, because these are moments in history that I never even knew about. I mean, Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in Major League Baseball, and I didn't even realize that for many years later, the color barrier still hadn't been broken in the NBA. And that just kind of baffled me. I was like, really? It took this long for the NBA to even have color players, even long after somebody like Jackie Robinson came into the scene in the sports world. And so it amazes me. It baffles me, it astonishes me, And these are stories that I never knew existed, and I'm glad that I learned it through this movie. Look, I've always said that movies are a really great way to preserve history. It's not always accurate. Sometimes there is a little bit of liberty taken within conversations and how things actually went down, but the overall story itself about this player and the history of the sports world and how this one colored athlete really changed it for the better is things that really do need to be told, because I hate to say it, a lot of history is going the way of the dinosaur, and we're slowly but surely losing some of that history for good or bad, and preserving that is important. And it's movies that do end up doing that better than most, because movies are so easily accessible, and movies everybody can get into, young, old, in between. Everybody can really get into a movie and into a story if it's done the right way. And this one does it, man. It's dramatic. It's really entertaining with really great character actors and some really great moments of really great historical significance to it. And for me, I really appreciated that, man. It's not the most exciting basketball movie at the end of the day. It's not going to make you fall in love with the game of basketball necessarily, but if you are a lover of it, this is a really great way to honor it and honor the history of it. And sometimes honoring the history of a sport is still worth it regardless. Hey, you don't have to be a sports lover to enjoy a sports movie. Lord knows I've proven that a time or two. But if you have a good story, if you have a really great and unique character and historical significance, then it's a movie like this that should definitely be preserved and honored and appreciated. And Sweetwater, in my opinion, definitely deserves it.
I'm trying to get out of a really toxic relationship. You see, my boss is a real bloodsucker. No, seriously. He actually is a bloodsucker. Yeah, crazy as it might be, sometimes bosses actually are thirsty for blood. In Renfield, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.99, the Dracula Sucks edition. Oh, so good, baby. Oh, look at that, man. Nicholas Hoult, Aquafina, Nicholas motherfucking Cage, man, as Dracula. Behind every great monster is an overworked sidekick. I like that, man. That explains a lot of movies, dude. It really honestly does. Even Dracula needs a hard-working sidekick from time to time, man. Hey, he can only be out in the nighttime. During the daytime, somebody's got to do the bidding, and it might as well be good old Renfield.
Now, I got a chance to watch this in the movie theater with John, and there was no doubt in our minds, once we saw that trailer, that we weren't gonna see it in the movie theater. We knew it was appointment watching. We had to see Nicolas Cage on the big screen yet again. I mean, we are fans of Nicolas Cage. We praise Nicolas Cage. We worship the Cage, man. Let's be real. This is Nicolas Cage's world, and everybody else is just living in it, all right? And to see the trailer and see perhaps Nicolas Cage having a real wild time playing Dracula, that had to be seen, man. On top of that, the last time that he played a suckhead, so affectionately called by Blade himself, was in Vampire's Kiss. Yes, he played a vampire in that movie so long ago, and it's so ridiculous and wild and crazy. And I just love that movie so much. So I'm like, oh my God, so many years later, he's finally getting to play a vampire yet again. The vampire, Dracula. Oh man, I've got to see it to believe it, man. I really did. So it was appointment viewing for us, no doubt. And after we watched it, dare I say, it delivered on all of our expectations. Seriously, man, this is a fun as hell, entertaining, bloody, gory, ridiculous experience. And man, it was just a wild ride. And Nicolas Cage does not disappoint, man. He is having one hell of a time just living it up playing Dracula, man. Getting to be sarcastic and mean-spirited and just reveling in the evil quality of it. Just in the makeup when he's rotting away, dude. Is so great, man. He's just having a ball, just playing the most over-the-top Dracula that you can have, but also just one mean, cruel, evil son of a bitch. And he plays it so perfectly, man. He is great as Dracula. And Nicholas Hoult is awesome as Renfield, man. This guy who is in this really weird, complicated relationship where he really feels a certain love and appreciation for Dracula. Lord knows he doesn't really ever get the same bag. Kind of a one-sided relationship, folks. But he's kind of wanting to do his own thing. He's kind of wanting to break away, but he can't do it because Dracula has him literally by his balls, practically. He owns them, all right, in more ways than one. And so trying to get out from underneath him is anything but easy. But I just love how we take the modern sensibilities of today's time and wrap it within a Renfield and Dracula story, and it works perfectly, man. It's so great. I loved every single second of it. It's humorous, hilarious as hell. I love the chemistry between Nicholas Hoult and Nicolas Cage. They have great chemistry together. The master and underling type of relationship that works so fantastically, man. Yeah, it's a little kitschy and a little campy, but that doesn't mean that you can't have a little bit of blood and gore to liven things up a bit. Apparently so, man. Limbs are coming off, heads are rolling, blood is getting splattered all over the fucking place. It is glorious, baby. It truly is absolutely a riot to watch this, man. I was smiling from ear to ear watching this movie. I left with a big grin on my face because this is everything I wanted out of this movie. I wanted cheesy. I wanted ridiculous. I wanted over the top. I wanted overacting. I wanted blood and guts all over the fucking place. And I got it in spades, man. It is so fun. It is so wild and absolutely bonkers in the best way possible. It really is, man. And I just loved every single second of this movie. And it gave me everything I wanted and more. And, dude, I could watch Nicolas Cage play this version of Dracula for the rest of his career. It just is so great. And, man, Nicolas Cage was born to be a just over-the-top actor. He's so good at it, man. And you get crazy, wild, bonkers Nicolas Cage, man. And in the best way possible. He's so fucking good at it, dude. It's so great, man. Movies like Renfield are some of the best horror comedies that are being made today. And it really is one hell of an experience. Bite into Renfield because this Bloodfest is definitely worth digging into.
Praise Jesus, and let the devil be gone in The Pope's Exorcist, yes. The Blu-ray digital for $22.99. I never thought I'd see the day that Russell Crowe is an exorcist and works for God, but, well, I guess anything can happen these days. Miracles, I suppose. Oh, man, yes. And let's talk about Russell Crowe, because I've kind of always had this lingering question in my head that what is it that really makes a movie star? I mean, think about this for a second. Why are certain actors more higher praise than others, make more money? Why are they more high profile? Because technically anybody can be an actor, but some are a cut above the rest, put it that way. And that question has always kind of intrigued me over the years. And I think the best way that I can say it, the best explanation I can give, is the fact that they can command the screen. They have the presence that really takes a role that would otherwise be average and simple and lifts it up to this epic status, right? And I think an actor like Russell Crowe
honestly does that, man. And he's done many roles that have proven it. I mean, think about a movie like Virtuosity, for instance, right? You remember that one with Denzel? That movie, what do you remember most about it? You remember Russell Crowe as the villain, man. He was so charismatic and over the top and ridiculous and cheesy, but he commanded the screen as the villain. He was so fucking good, man. You think of LA Confidential, he was one of the bright spots of that movie. I mean, it's a great flick, but he was one of the ones that was really stand out. He was so good in that movie. Or even something like Gladiator. I mean, Gladiator rests on his shoulders as the lead. And he pulls it off in spades, man. He truly does. He ends up conveying the tragedy and the sadness and the revenge and the heroism. He does it all in that film, and he does it brilliantly, man. Or even think about a movie like The Man with the Iron Fist. That movie's kind of shitty. All right, but what's the best part about that movie? It's Russell motherfucking Crowe, man. He's great in that flick. He's probably the only good thing in that movie, to be fair. And so, you know, certain people do it better than others, and Russell Crowe is one of those people that does it pretty goddamn well. He really does, man. And look, you can look at this film and say, well, it's just an average, everyday exorcism movie. You've seen these ones a time or two over the years. There's nothing necessarily exceptional about it, per se. And that's true. I think it has a little bit more to it. The mythology angle, the origins of the church, and Satan and the minions, and some of that stuff is really unique and very interesting. But again, it would be all for naught if you don't have a powerful performance by the lead itself. If you don't have the actual Pope's exorcist actually convincing you of the power of Christ and salvation and ridding himself of the demon and of this entity that is purveying this home and the terror of it. If you don't have that, then it's just all for naught. It just goes tits up really fast, man. And Russell Crowe brings it. And if you put a lesser actor in this movie, it's just not going to be as good. And that's the honest to God truth, man. And, you know, look, I can't say I always love Russell Crowe. I can't say that he's always the cat's meow, okay? Because he's not. But I give him a lot of credit in this movie because he pulls off the impossible. There's a lot of exorcism movies that I've seen that is just average and mundane, and the lead actor, who's supposed to be the person who's convincing me that, you know, the power of the exorcism, doesn't really come across that good. But Russell Crowe does it, man. I mean, give the man the money. Pay him whatever he wants because he commands the screen like no other. He's that fucking good, man. Not everyone is that good, but he is. And he proves in a average exorcism movie that it can be lifted up by a really great performance, and he pulls it off, man. He truly, honestly does. He's that damn good, and he proves that exorcisms can still be exciting with the right approach to the material. You know, I can't say that I believe in Christianity. I can't say I always believe in exorcisms, but if Russell Crowe was doing it, you bet your ass I'd start believing. Everybody loves a good comedy. That's if it's done right. And thus we have The Man from Toronto, an example of not doing it right. The Blu-ray digital for $22.99. Ah, yes. Good old Kevin Hart. Yeah, let's talk about him, shall we? Look, it seems sometimes like I'm just hating on Kevin Hart for hating on Kevin Hart's sake, right? Oh, God, you're such a hater. Okay, fair enough. Sometimes I am. I'll truly admit it, okay? I've got faults, all right? I'm not perfect. But that being said, look, Kevin Hart, man, he just overdoes it like a motherfucker. He really honestly does, man. And you've got to admit that, man. You just do that. He's just over the top for over the top's sake. And the man needs to tone it the fuck down, dude. A little bit goes a long way. It really does, man. And Look, I'll give Kevin Hart props when he really deserves it. He's a great comedian. He really has built up a following because of his comedic timing and his jokes, and he's been able to transfer his personality onto his comedy and really electrify an audience. And he's done it rather successfully, and give him credit for that, man. But I don't know if it's really translated onto the big screen. I mean, he's had a lot of success, but I think the success has been through other people and not exactly him. And let me try to explain that for a second, right? I mean, he's been a part of a lot of those successful movies with The Rock. I'd argue that it's the chemistry with The Rock that got him through those movies. The Jumanji movies, fantastic, fun, adventurous, humorous. They're good stuff, man. But again, it's Jumanji. It's the adventure game aspect to it that kind of got people in the door. What about the stuff that he's done with Ice Cube, the ride-along movies? Yeah, they're fun, I guess, to a certain extent, but again, it's Ice Cube, and it's his sort of back and forth with a more gruff, mean-spirited Ice Cube that kind of gets him through those movies. It's not exactly him. If you were to just have a comedic movie with just Kevin Hart in it, him driving the whole entire thing, I don't know if it's as good. I mean, do you remember Night School? No, you don't? Yeah, me neither. And I saw the goddamn movie. I'm just spitting facts here, guys. Don't hate on me, alright? And it's not like he's a bad actor neither, because he was really great in a movie like Fatherhood. I remember when I talked about Fatherhood, I praised him for that movie. He was great. He mixed the comedic with the dramatic, very heartfelt. I really loved him in that movie. He was also really fantastic in The Upside with Bryan Cranston. You remember that movie? That's a great flick, man. He able to balance, again, the comedy and the drama and be heartfelt and heartwarming, and man, it worked really well. And so for Kevin Hart, he can be a good actor. He just hasn't really proven it a hell of a lot of times, man. And I know he's trying to be the next Eddie Murphy or the next Richard Pryor, Chris Rock, you name it, right? But what those guys had is they understood a balance between not going too overboard and trying to at least try to keep yourself in check with the comedy. Now, sometimes those actors don't always pull it off successfully. I mean, Eddie Murphy, for instance, Norbit anybody. But when that happens, usually he pulls back and is like, okay, I get it. I went overboard. I overdid it. I done fucked up, okay? Kevin Hart doesn't really learn those type of lessons, man. He's a big comedic actor that gets a big paycheck. He's had some successful movies, and he has this crazy, wild shtick that he has, and it served him well. But I think his sort of weird awkwardness comedy is kind of getting stale, kind of getting old, man. And the best comedians out there reinvent themselves. Can Kevin Hart do it? Maybe. I'd like to think he can, but I guess we'll wait and see on that. I mean, he's throwing a lot of spaghetti at the wall, and I don't think a lot of it is sticking, but what does stick, for what it's worth, people tend to enjoy. It's not my jam, but then again, I don't mind silly stuff, silly comedic acting moments. I mean, Leslie Nielsen, Mike Myers, Dana Carvey, Jim Carrey. I mean, I love those people, man. But again, those people know when to pull back when need be. Kevin Hart still just hasn't learned that lesson, man. And The Man from Toronto is a perfect example of it. Of the idea that he does have decent chemistry with Woody Harrelson, but it's not as good as The Rock. It's not as good as Ice Cube. And with a movie like this, I kind of feel like his over-the-top shtick just doesn't work quite well with the premise. He's supposed to be this badass hitman assassin that everybody knows about, but he comes across like he's just goofing on the whole thing. And I'm like, why would anybody buy into this shit? I mean, if I was somebody that was another hitman or somebody that would kidnap somebody that was going to have them torture him, I'm like, dude, I would see into this guy's bullshit a mile a fucking way, man. And so I guess it depends on the story, it depends on the premise, it depends on how he's able to weave in his comedy, but movies like The Man from Toronto are not good examples of it, man. It just isn't. I didn't laugh once. And I don't blame Woody Harrelson for this, because Woody Harrelson is not really trying to be funny. I mean, he has moments where I think it kind of works in sort of this gruff, mean, awkward interacting with people moments. You know what I'm saying? But like Kevin Hart, he's the one that's really trying to supply all the comedy, and I think he's just trying way too fucking hard, man. Some comedic actors really, for the most part, need to pull back, need to realize that, you know what, a little bit of my shtick can really impact a movie in a big bad way, but doing it all the fucking time, right in your face ad nauseum, just doesn't do it, man. And so, look, I give Kevin Hart a lot of credit for what he's been able to accomplish, and he does it really extremely well. He truly does. But I think there is moments where he ultimately falls flat on his face, and The Man from Toronto is one of them. You can have great actors in your movie. You can have great action set pieces, interesting chemistry, but if the comedy doesn't come together, then it just ain't that good. And, well, I hate to say it, but The Man from Toronto just ain't that good.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll Oklahoma like I rolled arm wrestling and Over the Top.
I know it still needs work. I'm trying, folks. Oh, man. In season 1 of Tulsa King, the DVD for 1999. Ah, yes. Let's talk about a little bit of Stallone love, shall we? Yes, why not, baby? Now, I don't know if I've ever really said it to you guys. Maybe I have in the past, but god damn do I love me some Stallone. I really do, dude. Even the more oddball movies like Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. God, I love that movie, dude. I mean, just the off weird ones where you're like, really? I mean, but come on, the dude's been Rambo, he's been Rocky, he's ended up escaping from prisons. I mean, this guy, dude, he's definitely cemented his legacy. He really has. And what's kind of interesting about Stallone now, or at least what I think is fascinating about him, is that he is really doing some really unique stuff now. Things that you never thought you'd ever see from Stallone in a million years, man. I mean, think about it. He's in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. I mean, it's a small role, yeah, but he's still in them. And would you ever have thought of Stallone in a weird James Gunn movie series? No, neither would I, man. But thus, here we are. I mean, even think about The Suicide Squad. Him voicing King Shark. That was great. That was awesome. He was fucking fantastic, man. I mean, I had a ball with the fact that he was doing that stuff. He was great. And so I think he's just having fun as an actor now, man. I think he's just living it up and doing his own thing and not really caring what people think anymore. He's already put in his time. He's cemented his movie stardom, his legacy as an actor. He doesn't have to prove anything to anybody. Fuck that shit, dude. He doesn't have to do anything like that at all, man. He's just having fun. He got an Academy Award nomination for playing Rocky in the first Creed movie. After all the times he's played that character, man, to finally get a nomination like that, that's truly great. I mean, he's reached the heights of being praised not only as a superstar of an actor, but as somebody who really has dramatic acting chops. Movies like Copland have proven it, dude. I mean, he's great at action. He's a great dramatic actor when given the right role, and I think now he's just living it up and wanting to do things just for the sake of having fun with it. And I think Tulsa King is one of those. Every moment I was just struck with how much fun Stallone is having with this role, with the nice suits and getting to beat the crap out of people, say a few badass lines, a little bit of quirky dialogue, have some humor added into it, and smoke a cigar and, you know, count his money a little bit. I mean, hey, who wouldn't love that shit? I mean, come on, man. He'd fit right at home in The Sopranos, for Christ's sake, with roles like this. He's so good, dude. And you know what? I appreciate Stallone. I appreciate what he's given to cinema over the years. And yes, the highs and also certainly the lows. He's proven that he has a lot left in the tank, man. Old school actors like Schwarzenegger and Stallone and a lot of the older actors out there, I think at this point, they've proven themselves a time or two. They've been box office gold. They've had the hits. They've had the lows as well, but they've come back in a big bad way and proven that they still have star power to this day, man. Yes, a little bit more gray hairs, a wee bit more flabbiness. Okay, look, Stallone can take as much HGH steroids as you want. He still ain't what he used to be. I'm just saying. But then again, he has more muscles at 75 than I will probably ever have in my entire life. And now, man, I'm really feeling shame. I seriously gotta hit the gym. Oh, man, I really do, dude. Oh, boy. But, you know, at the end of the day, he just wants to enjoy himself as an actor and do unique projects that are outside the box. Even that Amazon movie Samaritan, if you saw that one, it's actually not bad. I kind of like it for what it's worth. It's not a great superhero comic book movie necessarily, but I think it's got some merit to it. And the fact that he did that, you would never think that Stallone would do that type of movie, but thus here we are yet again, man. And he's continued to prove that, you know, look, at your old age, you're going to let loose a little bit and just enjoy life. You're not trying to win over points or, you know, try to make a huge amount of money at the box office. You've done all that. You've got all the praise and all the love from the fans. Now you just want to do a little bit for you, and he's definitely gotten it. And Tulsa King is great with that, man. It truly is a great showcase for Stallone to just be Stallone and be badass and enjoy himself in the best Stallone way possible, man. Look, I love me some Stallone. Old school Stallone and now new school Stallone. The man still continues to surprise me, and I can't wait to see what he does next. Whether it's coming back as Rocky or more Tulsa King love, more Stallone in my life is never a bad thing. And if it's shows like Tulsa King, consider me a very, very happy Stallone lover.
The Mafia never looked so limp dick.
Let's put it this way. If this is what the modern day Mafia is like, man, maybe I should enroll. I'd probably have a good shot at getting in. In Mafia Mama, the Blu-ray for $14.99. And under this chick's leadership, God help us all. Oh my goodness, man. From Suburban Mom to Mafia Don. And she should probably go back to Suburban Mom, just speaking the truth. Oh, man. But I guess it's not for a lack of trying, because at least they're putting in an effort to maybe want to make this thing funny, even though they're falling completely flat on their ever-loving asses, for what it's worth. But then again, you do have good actors in here. I like Monica Bellucci, especially Toni Collette. I really do like Toni Collette a lot, and it's just a shame that she's saddled with such a really terrible movie like this, because Toni Collette is a really phenomenal actress. I've loved her over the years in so many styles of projects. From Velvet Goldmine back in the day, Emma. She was in Little Miss Sunshine, Sixth Sense, Shaft with my main man Samuel L. Jackson. Yes, of course she was. Because regardless of whoever the chick might be, it's his duty to please that booty. And he does it so damn well. Yeah, she was really good in that. I liked her in that. Of course, lest we forget, she was also in Krampus and Knives Out. Did a great job in that. But to me, her best performance by far has to be Hereditary, man. She is so good in Hereditary, and she got robbed. Okay, at the very least, she needed an Academy Award nomination. But then again, the Academy looks down on horror movies. Trust me, I could rant all day about that shit, but we'll get back to the shitty-ass mafia comedy movie. Oh, man. You know, look, she's been a solid actress for a really, really long time, whether it's independent movies, big blockbuster flicks. I mean, even in a movie like The Estate, that straight-to-DVD flick that I talked about weeks and weeks and weeks back, man. I didn't really like that movie, but I give her credit. She was really trying, and she's one of the best parts about the movie. So she does her best under the circumstances. I mean, hell, I even remember her from an old school movie, The Pallbearer, with David Schwimmer from 1996. You remember that shit? Well, you probably don't, but I sure as hell do. Oh, man. Yeah, she's been in the game for a really long time, and it's nice to see her getting lead roles. I just wanted her to have it be something better than this. I mean, damn, dude. I mean, you can have great actors in a movie. You can have solid set pieces and gorgeous locations, but if the movie is written poorly, if the story is shit, then I don't care how good of an actor you really are, sometimes you just can't fix that shit. And Mafia Mama is proof positive of it. I mean, I like a good comedy. I like good mafia movies. Put the two together, it has a recipe for success, maybe, but this ain't it, man. I mean, I love you, Tony, and I definitely love you, Monica Bellucci. Trust me. I've had my times in cinema history watching you two all the time, but the combination together with a limp dick mafioso movie, yeah, it just didn't vibe with me, man. Look, comedies are meant to be funny, and when I can't even get a laugh out of the damn thing, that says more about you than it does me. Just saying. It really does. Tony, I look forward to whatever you do next, but stay away from mobster comedies. They're just really not your thing. Let's be honest, it isn't always about saving the princess. I mean, you need to level up, gotta get the coins, maybe eat a little bit of mushrooms or two. Yes. Because for Mario, he's got a hell of a lot on his mind, and the princess is just one of them. I bet your ass in the Super Mario Brothers Blu-ray DVD Digital Power Up Edition for $24.99, the DVD for $19.99, the 4K for $29.99, and I know they had it only at Target exclusive, but it seems to be that a lot of people decided that was the edition for them. Apparently so, but if you can find it, $26.99, not bad at all. Yes, good old Super Mario Brothers. Nostalgia like a motherfucker, man. Truly, really, honestly is, man. And I'm kind of actually impressed as of late, dead serious about this, because there's been a lot of really great video game adaptations. Honestly, as of late, there really has been, man. I mean, this one, of course, I gotta at least mention for, just for the sake of saying it, Sonic the Hedgehog. The two movies have been really good. I mean, even for what it's worth, the Uncharted movie, I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it either. It's not bad, actually, all things considered. So, give it a little bit of credit for what it's worth, man. So there is some really great video game adaptations out there, and it's just kind of interesting to me because that's not how it used to be. Because for the most part, guys, what it ended up being for the longest while was kind of hanging your head in shame. Video game adaptations that are really shitty. And now with all the good ones, it's kind of like the bad ones had to crawl in order for the good ones to walk. For example, such iconic classics like Hitman, Assassin's Creed, Max Payne. Oh God, yeah. How about Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li, Blood Rain, Need for Speed. Oh man, House of the Dead. Yeah. Double Dragon. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, folks, there's a lot of bad ones out there. And of course, the granddaddy of them all being the live action Super Mario Brothers. I could go on. I could end up saying more terrible video game adaptation movies, but I think you get the point. And if you didn't already know, when I said classics, I was just being a smartass. Yeah, because there's no way that any of those are classics. Not at all, man. But again, maybe that's the point? If you think about it hard enough, I guess, is the idea of literally getting it wrong so many times that eventually you start listening to the fan base. You actually start, actually respecting the material and taking it from the source and making better products because of it. So the more you fail, eventually you'll succeed, I guess. Suppose that makes somewhat sense, all things considered. I mean, look, there is some really great video game adaptations in the past, right? I consider the first Resident Evil really great. The rest of them not so much. Of course, the original Mortal Kombat. Hell, I love Street Fighter with Jean-Claude. Okay, it's not the best, but hell, I kind of like it for what it is. I mean, there is some really solid ones out there in the past. I even like old school ones like Wing Commander from way back in the day with Freddie Prinze Jr., man. So there has been good ones from time to time, rarities, but now the rarities are turning into consistencies, and over and over and over again, we're getting better ones, man. And be damn glad for that, because there's a whole generation that's going to grow up with good video game adaptations, where my generation really grew up with a lot of shit. But hey, sometimes you fail upwards, I suppose. Why not, man? Hey, I'm just glad they made a good Super Mario Brothers movie, a good adaptation for what it's worth. Hey, it's not perfect. It's got its faults, but for the most part, man, they did a damn good job with this, and a hell of a lot better than the live action one. I kind of like the live action one, so bad it's good, but this one is actually good, and that's a plus in the right direction. Not bad at all, baby. Hey, we need more good video game adaptations in our lives to wash away the bad ones. It's going to take a long while before that happens, but maybe one day we'll get there. The good will eventually outweigh the bad. Let's hope. Let's hope indeed, man. Not bad for a little bit of Super Mario Brothers love, and not bad for the physical media goodness. Not too shabby, man. I mean, hell, they've already sold out of the Renfield. They've already got only one left of the John Wick exclusive. So they're selling some stuff here, but they still got a lot of great media, and it was damn good diving into it. Not bad. Let's head out. Can you feel the physical media love tonight? It is where we're at. You bet your ass it is, because where we're at definitely was showing off the appreciation. Oh, it truly was, baby. Not bad at all for a good old Target. They were definitely matching blow for blow with Walmart. That is for damn sure. I mean, Walmart may have had just a little bit more, but it wasn't by much. You got that right, man. You know, it's weeks like this, seeing all of the goodness that is on the shelves, that definitely makes me very happy. Physical media boy. And I know it does for you as well. Oh, absolutely, babe. A little bit of exclusive love. All of the new release gold. Yes, Target was definitely bringing out the big guns, and damn glad for it. Not too shabby for good old Target. Definitely doing their due diligence. I'm damn glad to see it. But Walmart did their due. Target definitely did theirs. What about the other stores? Well, I guess we're just gonna have to go and see now, won't we?
All right, everybody. We are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go in and check out if there's any any titles we're showing off. If there is, I'll bring them back to Film Fan 108 HQ Controller to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I got to talk about a trailer with you guys, and the phenomena continues. The world of Dune exists yet again in cinema screens everywhere. In Dune Part 2, coming in November, and consider me a very excited guy because, you know, I have never read the Dune books. I probably should get to that eventually, but I love the David Lynch movie. I love that movie. Cheesy, ridiculous as it is, I really love it. And when the new Dune movie was coming out, I was a little skeptical, but excited. I really wanted to dive back into this world, the recreation of it, especially with modern day technology. It's going to be amazing. And in fact, it was. It wasn't for everybody. Some people thought it was kind of boring and stretched out, and it didn't have the impact that they were hoping for. But me, I really did enjoy it. And so here I am thinking to myself, were we going to get a Dune Part 2? Because if you remember, the movie went straight to streaming because it came out during the height of the pandemic. And so basically Warner Brothers was like, look, we're going to put this on HBO Max. If it gains enough subscribers, if people view it enough, you will get the opportunity to do a second film. There was no guarantees, and thus people were interested in it. The promotion was big. The people were very anticipating it. So yeah, it got a second movie, thank God. And this time it will get a theatrical showing, and thank the Lord for that, baby. And so thus we have the next chapter. And I'm going to be honest with you, this is a welcome addition to me, because the first film was very much getting to know the characters and the world and setting everything up. There was action in it, but it wasn't really much action. The director and the cast have pretty much said, look, the second film is going to be much more action heavy. We're definitely now taking the training wheels off. We've introduced a lot of people, and now we're just going to hit the ground running. And the trailer looks like that, man. It looks like, basically, look, the savior of this universe, the possibilities of him, and the prophecy, and what that means for not only himself, but everyone around him, including his enemies. It's a very powerful trailer, and it looks fucking epic. It looks awesome, and I am on board with this in a big bad way. I love Timothée Chalamet. I loved him from the first film. He looks even better this time around. Zendaya, who had a very small, tiny role in the first film, definitely gets to shine even more here. We bring on Florence Pugh in this movie as well. We bring in Austin Butler, and you get a little bit of him in this trailer, and he looks like he is the heavy. He is the bad guy, man. He looks fucking intimidating and terrifying as hell, man. And it's kind of weird seeing him bald with like completely like pale ass skin. I'm like, dude, can you go back to being Elvis, please? Oh my God, man. Fucking give me nightmares, dude. He looks great in here as well, man. And on top of that, seeing the epic scale of like the sandworms and all of the fights in the universe is going to be even sweeter this time around, going to be even more amazing. And Denis Villeneuve, man, god damn, dude, I love Denis Villeneuve. This guy is one of the best artists that is making films right now, man. He is absolutely in a class all his own. His films are visually stunning. And the fact that he gets to come back and expand on this universe even more is amazing. I loved what he did with Blade Runner 2049. I thought it was a visual spectacle. I loved the story and the characters. And he never got to play in that sandbox again because of the fact that it didn't make a lot of money and people didn't go see it. And I was worried with Dune. I was like, dude, this thing is amazing. And his artistry is on full display. And I wanted him to get another shot at it. And he's getting it. And man, this trailer really proves that if you give him a great budget, if you give him the people that he wants to work with, and you give him an opportunity to really make a space opera epic, he will do it. And this trailer is proof positive of it, man. It looks epic. It looks amazing. It looks all kinds of fantastical and awesome. And I am on board with this in a big bad way, man. I truly am. This looks spectacular on every level. And I'm down for it, man. We don't get many science fiction epics anymore on the scale of Dune. We sometimes do, but they're very rare. Not at this type of artistry. It is absolutely fantastic and phenomenal. I can't wait, man. I really cannot wait. You give these artists a chance to shine for a second time, and they will show you what they are made of. And this trailer shows it in the most epic way possible. So fantastic, and I am definitely on board. Are you guys excited? Are you loving where Dune Part 2 could go? The possibilities, definitely let me know. But what about the possibilities for the second Walmart? Will we finally have some media to show off? Maybe, maybe not. But how about we go in and check it all out?
All right, everybody, in at the good old second Walmart, and it's been good this week for physical media love. Walmart has had amazing things. Target has definitely been doing their due diligence, but what about the indie oddities, the indie weirdness, the indie bizarro? You see, I haven't had any in a really long time, guys, and I'm jonesing like an addict in a big bad way. I'm literally home, I'm like, I needs the weirdness. I really do in a big bad way. So I'm hoping this week with all the great media that we will have the indie oddities. Do we though? And I'm gonna be honest with you, keeping it real, we ain't got shit again. Oh, damn, man. Yet again, we don't have anything. All the good shit has already been shown off. We came, we went, we conquered, and well, nothing else. Not a zippo zilch. Zero. Damn, dude. I mean, no out there bizarre and ridiculous cheese that I so absolutely desire and crave. None of it at all. And man, I am really now pissed, man. It's been a long while since I've had it, and I want it, man. One of these weeks I'm gonna get it. It's certainly not this week, but one of these days I'll eventually get to having it. One day I will have it in my hands again, the power of the weirdness. But for the time being, I guess I'm just gonna have to settle for absolutely Zippo. Yep. Alright, well, one of these days we'll get it again. I'm always the hopeful optimist, kinda, sorta. I'm slowly losing that, but I still am hanging on to it the best I can. So, I guess nothing here worth showing off. Same old, but hey, maybe better days are ahead. Let's hope. But let's go to a store that will, hopefully, let's hope, have the physical media appreciation. All right, everybody. We are at our fourth and final location. And when it comes to physical media love, it's been pretty damn good for the most part. And I guess to top it all off, why not go to a bookstore to make it even better? I don't know how many people say that, but I guess there's a first for everything. I suppose there is. You guys definitely know where we are at. And that is none other than... yes. Back again to good old Barnes & Noble's BNN action for hopefully some good physical media love. Hopefully some things that we've seen, hopefully plentiful, and maybe a few things that we haven't quite seen yet. You know how Barnes & Noble's rolls, a little bit unpredictable, but Can't wait to find out what they got. How about we go in and check it all out? All right, everybody, we are in a good old B&N for hopefully more new movie release love, and it sure looks like we got it. Let's dive in, shall we, with a little bit of basketball history lesson, anybody? Why the hell not? In Sweetwater, the DVD for... Wait a minute, there is no price on this? Wait a minute, is Barnes & Noble slipping? Geez, they don't even have it on this copy either. Oh, well, they do have it on the Blu-ray, though. What is it on the Blu-ray? $35. Okay, well, if it's $35 here, then it must be $30 for this. I don't know, but I think I just caught Barnes & Noble slipping. I think I did indeed, man. Probably once in a lifetime, but hey, it's on camera now. Inspired by true events, indeed. And not only is it inspired by true events, yes, but another basketball classic, perhaps down the line it is. And there's a lot of really great basketball movies that is among the crowd. I mean, I guess you could say Teen Wolf, or maybe White Men Can't Jump, Celtic Pride. All really good ones, but those are comedies, man, and Sweetwater is anything but a comedy. It's got comedic moments at times, but not really the story for comedy per se. So what are some of the other kinds of basketball movies? Dramatic ones, really good dramatic ones. I mean, there's the Basketball Diaries, which is great. Lovin' Basketball, which is phenomenal. Of course, I gotta give a lot of love to movies like Hoosiers and Blue Chips. Do you remember Blue Chips with Nick Nolte and Shaq? Dude, that was way back in the day, man. And it's actually still really a solid film, man. I still really like that movie to this day, man. There is some really good basketball movies out there. And yeah, there's some that are more comedic than others, but then again, there's some good ones, even in recent memory, like Air. I mean, okay, Air is not technically a basketball movie, but it is about a basketball star like Michael Jordan. So I guess it kind of fits into the narrative a little bit, maybe. I mean, I'm actually kind of curious why we still haven't yet to this day got a Michael Jordan biopic. I am quite curious on that, man. I mean, eventually, years down the line, 10, 20, 30 years from now, we'll probably get a LeBron James biopic. But I'd like to think we'd get Michael Jordan first. Maybe they're kind of waiting it out. Maybe they haven't quite cracked the story. Or maybe Michael Jordan just doesn't want it to happen. Perhaps. But, hey, we don't get one legend now, but at least we get at least one legend at this moment. Yeah, Sweetwater indeed, man. You know, look, basketball, yes, is about the thrill of the game, but it's more than just that. It's about the actual personalities. It's about the drama behind the scenes. And trust me, when it comes to sports, drama is thick with that shit, dude. Whether it's between money, agents, coaches, personalities, and there's a ton of them in this game. It really is, man. And so basketball has many different avenues that you can go into. The comedic realms, like even a shitty movie like Semi-Pro, sure, why not? I mean, you can do the dramatic, you can do the funny, you can do a lot of different aspects. But I think the ones like this are the most fascinating to me, seeing inside of the history of the game and the people who really shaped it into what it is today. And that is truly important. And being on the screen, actually having a physical copy in your hand of this really unique story is well worth it, man. Like I said, it's not going to pique anybody's curiosity about the thrill of the game necessarily, but for the history of it, I think it is absolutely worth it. Shame it doesn't really have any special features, man. It would be nice if it did, but regardless, history is still history, and it's well worth exploring. Look, the game just didn't come out of nowhere. It's had to evolve over the years, and with the evolution means that certain players ended up actually shaping it to what you know and love to this very day. Yes, we could do biopics on Larry Bird or Michael Jordan or LeBron James, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, all of these people who absolutely deserve their own biopics. But some of the unknowns deserve it as well, and Sweetwater is absolutely one of them.
I'm gonna kill them all. Yeah, you are, baby. The blood is gonna be shed, the action's gonna be epic, and the showdown is coming whether they like it or not. Oh yes, and John Wick Chapter 4, baby. The 4K Blu-ray Digital for $42.99 for a little bit of John Wick ass kickery. That ain't half bad. They also have the Blu-ray for $40, so for a few dollars more, you could just get the 4K love. Well, either way, whether it's the Blu-ray, the DVD, or 4K, it's John motherfucking Wick. You gotta have it in your goddamn collection, man. It's just the truth, dude. Oh, it truly is, man. Yes. Now, the real question is, are we actually going to get more John Wick? Are we going to get a part 5? Well, it depends on your interpretation, okay? So, it was kind of interesting. Going into John Wick 4, me and my friends and everything were like thinking, this is a great series. We're loving it. Every installment is fucking badass, dude. But how much more brutality can this guy take, man? Literally, all of the injuries and just the brutality that he's had to fucking go through. My God, man, the pain and suffering. Jeez, put this guy out of his fucking misery, will ya? My goodness. And this movie just upped the ante so much. And at the end of the film, spoiler alert, for all of you that have not seen it, just letting you know right now that I'm going to go into a little bit of spoiler territory, that John Wick has his standoff with the High Table, and, well, he survives, barely, but does he though? Because at the end of the movie, there's this wide shot, he's going down the steps of this cathedral church, and he just drops down. Is he dead? Is he alive? Well, the next scene, you see his grave. Winston and the Bowery King, they're standing there honoring John Wick, and you think he's dead. Like, it's over. John Wick is gone. They're saying goodbye to him for good. And you're like, that's it? And there's a certain semblance of solemn to it, like a finality to it, but there's also a sense of maybe he's not quite gone. Maybe they've just made this whole thing up, right? That they've just pretended for him to be dead so that maybe he could be free, but then the High Table will find him and he's got to kill them all again. Because when the movie came out and people first saw it, a lot of people were kind of pissed off by the ending. They were like, come on, he's not dead. They're totally fooling us. And then slowly but surely, a lot of the fans started to kind of get used to the ending and are like, you know what? It's a nice ending for John. He dies peacefully. He gets to be with his wife in heaven. It's a really good ending, a great way to cap the series off, right? 4 great movies, a great epic ending. Perfection, right? And then when they announced that, oh, by the way, Lionsgate wants more of that John Wick cash, they want to make a 5th one, and suddenly fans are like, should we do a 5th one? Are we tempting fate necessarily? It's tough to say, man. John Wick has become a property unto itself, man. Nobody, and I mean nobody, would have predicted with the first movie coming out in theaters that it was going to turn into this blockbuster franchise. Nobody in a million years. Not me, not you, not nobody, okay? And now there's a spin-off coming next year with Ballerina, which I'm actually really curious about. It could be cool if done right. It could be, man. There's the Continental TV show, which is coming up, which is based in the 70s with a younger Winston, which could be kind of cool. I'm kind of looking forward to that as well. So we're opening up the world with more possibilities, more spin-offs.
that I'm kind of really excited for. But at the end of the day, what about good old John Wick himself, man? I mean, Chance Stahelski and Keanu Reeves have always said that they will come back to this franchise if there's a good idea behind it, if they can actually make it worth it for their time and effort to put into it. What I mean for that is they're not just going to do a cash grab for the sake of doing a cash grab. And I actually appreciate that, because there's a lot of franchises out there, and trust me, I could name a shitload of them, that just do another film because, well, it kind of prints money, so why the fuck wouldn't we? Whether we're talking about Harry Potter or Star Wars or Fast and the Furious and so many others, man. And I kind of appreciate the integrity that Chance Stahelski and Keanu Reeves have for this franchise and for this character, that they just don't want to do it for the sake of doing it, right? Because it would feel kind of empty and pointless. They want to actually make it worth it for the fans and for the effort that they would put into the stunts and the filmmaking and the training. And so they're gonna wait. They're going to mull it over, right? Take some time for themselves, do other projects, chill out a bit. I mean, my God, man, if you saw this film, they really put their heart and soul into this. So they kind of want to take some time to think about it. And when they do, if they come up with a great idea, they will do it. And if they do it, if they do a part 5, if they tempt fate and bring John Wick somehow back from the dead, well, if he was dead in the first place, I will be there in the movie theater watching it. Will I be kind of nervous? Yes, I will be, because dude, you ended it in a really great way. Why would you fuck it up with a part 5? But at the end of the day, I'd also be curious and be like, dude, these guys have earned my respect. They've earned my movie cash to go and see the curiosity that is John Wick Chapter 5, if they so choose to do it. I'm curious to see where they'll go with this. Are they just going to do the spin-off route and never go back to John Wick? Or will they actually do a part 5? Let's be real, a lot of franchises that do part 5s, it doesn't always end up the best of the series. Sometimes it ends up reinvigorating it, like Fast and Furious. And other times it's sort of the redheaded stepchild. So where will John Wick land? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But I know Lionsgate wants it. I know the fans kind of are interested in it. But what about Keanu Reeves and Chance Stahelski? Well, stay tuned. Stay tuned indeed, man. You've got Chad and Keanu through Wick, and then Train Like a Killer, In Honor of the Dead, theatrical trailers, a ton of special features. Nice. Very nice. Fit for a superb hitman assassin like John Wick. Oh, yes, it is, man. Look, at the end of the day, I love this series. I started out skeptical. I didn't know what I was in for. And now it has become one of the best action franchises of all time. It's just that fucking good, man. It defines the way action is nowadays. And we'll see if they can keep it going. Only time will tell. But one thing, and I mean for definite, is for sure, because this franchise deserves all the high praise that every action lover has given it. There is no doubt about that. Not bad for a little bit of John Wick love. Not bad at all, baby. Pretty goddamn sweet. So from killer hitmans, assassins, legendary kills to exorcisms, which can be just as much of a pain in the ass. Oh, it truly can in The Pope's Exorcist, the Blu-ray digital for $35. Hey, exorcisms, they ain't cheap. You gotta get the Exorcist, and you gotta get the approval from the church, and that's a pain in the ass. It really is, man. But when Russell Crowe's your Exorcist, I think it's damn well worth it. Oh, indeed it is, man. And look, I have been through the ringer with exorcism movies, man. God damn have I. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm just beaten down, man. I'm just beaten like a dead horse because at this point, I have no faith in the exorcism genre anymore. And it's not like there isn't really great movies in the exorcism genre. There is. I mean, The Exorcist, the granddaddy of them all, man. Amazing. Still, to this day, the gold standard, all right? Nobody is ever going to top that. And that's just the honest to God truth. But there's other really great ones, like The Exorcist 3, which is really phenomenal, man. Such a great movie. The Last Exorcism, which is one of the best modern day exorcism movies of all time, in my opinion. Then again, The Last Exorcism 2 was a real piece of shit. Well, if the first one was The Last Exorcism, then why would the second one be called The Last Exorcism? What the fuck? It's hurting my brain already. Okay? I mean, there's The Exorcism of God, which is another really great one that came straight to DVD and Blu-ray. That's actually a pretty solid one. I like that. Of course, The Exorcism of Emily Rose is really great as well. Mixing the exorcism flick with sort of a courtroom drama, which I really like those aspects put together. I think it really works. So there is some good ones out there, but then again, there's also some really shitty ones, like The Devil Inside. Ugh, God. Man, what a piece of shit. God, that's terrible. Or even The Exorcist 2. Man, that is bad. The Heretic, that one, yeah, that was real crappy, dude. I mean, I get it why they made it, but damn, dude, they just really screwed the pooch on that one bad, man. And there's a lot of straight to DVD ones that are just hot garbage, man. Then again, there's other ones that are kind of funny and quirky and make fun of the genre, and they're kind of fun, like Repossessed with Leslie Nielsen, which is kind of cool. I kind of like that one, man. So there's a lot of different type of exorcism movies. I mean, there's average ones like The Rite with Anthony Hopkins, which is just okay at best. Doesn't light my world on fire, but isn't technically horrible either. And there's other ones too. I mean, I don't know, man. I just think you've done everything within the subgenre of exorcism movies, and there's not really much more you'd need to do. I mean, yeah, there's the Conjuring movies, the whole stuff with the Warrens, and the Amityville, you name it. I mean, yeah, we've been there, done that, and done it so many times over that it's kind of getting pointless and overdone. I mean, it's kind of going through the motions at this point. But I do have to give The Pope's Exorcist at least some credit, because yes, it is the standard exorcism. Family member gets possessed and an exorcist has to come in and cleanse the family, right? Okay, it's the same thing. But you go into the mythology of the church and the demonic entities and how they shaped certain moments in history, and that really intrigued me. So for me, there is moments where this movie really elevated itself among the average, everyday, mundane exorcism movies. So it does have to be praised for that. A little bit of the everyday thing and a little bit of the extraordinary mixed in. And I think it turned out to be a pretty decent film, all things together. Doesn't hurt that Russell Crowe's pretty fucking awesome in the movie as well, so it kind of adds a little bit of flavor to it. I mean, look, I'm just gonna be real with you guys. The exorcism genre is played out. That's just the truth. And I'm not going to say that every exorcism movie after this is going to be gangbusters amazing. They're going to do another Conjuring film. Why? What's the fucking point? I mean, geez, dude. I mean, they've made so many of the fucking spin-offs and everything. It's like, we get it. And it's kind of overplayed. And the whole genre is at this point. And so I think a lot of exorcism movies are just going to be the same old thing you've seen all the time. But occasionally there is one that comes across that kind of does something a little bit different and out of the ordinary that makes it worth it. And The Pope's Exorcist is one of them. Can't say it'll always be that way, but take what you can get. Sure, why not? The special features of introducing Father Amor and What Possessed You. Not bad, man. Look, at the end of the day, I have just seen too many of these goddamn things. I've had my high moments, I've had my low points, probably more low points than the high moments, but I've had it all, and I'm kind of done. It doesn't mean that I won't ever watch another exorcism movie. It's not really appointment viewing for me anymore. Pope's Exorcist might be the last really great one that has come out in a long while. And if we get a sequel, maybe it'll be the same thing. I'll watch it because I'll be kind of interested where they go with the story. But exorcism movies, sometimes genres just pass their expiration date. And exorcism movies are there. Sometimes you get a little extra out of it, but at this point, just throw them away.
Yes, master. I'll do whatever you say. Yes, anything for you, Count Dracula. Yes.
You think I'd make a good Renfield? Perhaps Dracula should bite me. I'd give Nicholas Hoult a run for his money. Oh, I would indeed, in Renfield, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $36. Hey, being Dracula's servant, his minion, ain't all it's cracked up to be. That's for goddamn sure, man. And it's nice to see Renfield getting a little bit of love, big screen attention, because Renfield has always been on the sidelines of the Count Dracula story, man. And actually, there's been some really unique iterations of that character over the years, man, going all the way back to Nosferatu, yes. Now, actually, due to copyright issues and how the filmmakers did not want to incur any wrath of the copyright holders, you name it like that, they changed a lot of the names. So there is a Renfield in that movie, but the character is actually named Knock. It's interesting. It's a unique spin, very much Renfield-like, but not actually called Renfield due to not wanting to pay money to people. Pretty much, man. And then you go all the way to the Bela Lugosi Dracula version, and probably the most infamous, the best Renfield performance of all time, Dwight Frye. That guy, what he did with Renfield was so amazing. Sort of the wide eye. Yes, master. It was so good, dude. He's so great in that movie, man. The insanity is portrayed in his eyes. So fucking great, man. And of course, then you go all the way to 1970 with Christopher Lee as Dracula, and his Renfield is none other than Klaus Kinski. And Klaus Kinski does a great job as Renfield, man. He's awesome in that iteration. So fantastic, man. Of course, you have comedic takes like Love at First Bite, where Art Johnson ended up playing Renfield, and it's sort of a twist between more comedic and the Dwight Frye version from the Bela Lugosi Dracula, so it's kind of like a combo. He does pretty well, man. And of course, then you go all the way to Bram Stoker's Dracula, directed by Francis Ford Coppola, and then you have Tom Waits playing Renfield, and he does a phenomenal job as well, man. Very manic and creepy, and does a great job, man. I loved him in that movie. And then after the 1992 movie, Renfield was kind of absent in a lot of adaptations. They went to do a lot of different modern day takes, whether it was The Invitation or Dracula 2000, and Renfield was absent. Even in the Stephen Sommers blockbuster Van Helsing, there wasn't a Renfield in there necessarily as well. So they kind of sidestepped the character a little bit, and now we're finally getting back into the Renfield love, and damn glad for it, man. He's always been, to me, an essential part of the story, because let's be real, man, Dracula is terrifying as he is. I mean, with his brides and his creepy stare. He's had some really unique adaptations, but it's always the sidekick that does all of the hard work, you know, getting him the ladies, and of course the bodies to feed on, and sending his body and his corpse overseas so he can resurrect again and kill more people in London. You know, the jazz. All the shit that Renfield has to go through, and not nearly the appreciation for it. but now we're finally getting it. Not bad, man, to see more Renfield love, and let's hope future adaptations use Renfield in a unique and interesting way. I like how they ended up taking the modern day sensibilities of the world and putting it on an old school character like Renfield, and how that character changed. The idea of the toxicity of the workplace and how Renfield would be a part of that. I thought it was clever. I thought it was unique and interesting. Incredible blood and gore all over this goddamn movie, and a very sinister style of sense of humor with Nicolas Cage's Dracula. I thought it all worked, and all worked rather brilliantly, man. I mean, you've got deleted and extended scenes, alternate takes, and Dracula uncaged, yes. You do indeed, man. Look, not every Dracula adaptation is good, okay? Some are really shitty. I've seen a lot of them, okay, folks? Blade Trinity, anybody? Drake? Really? Get the fuck out of here, man. Jesus Christ, that was shit. And there's been a lot of really bad ones on top of that. But ever so occasionally, you can reinvent the story and spin it into a great horror comedy that I think makes Dracula hip for a new crowd. And this definitely does it, man. You gotta love Nicolas Cage, you gotta love Nicholas Hoult, you gotta love a little bit of Renfield, and he's definitely represented in a big bad way. Can't say all horror comedies are good, but when it comes to my man Drac, he's definitely got this on lockdown. When you've got no one else, family is everything. Oh, it truly is in Rain Man. Yes. Barnes & Noble's had it. Who'd have thought, baby? Not bad. Dustin Hoffman, Tom Cruise, winner of 4 Academy Awards, including Best Picture, and damn well deserved. This is the new edition from MVD Entertainment. Now, this is the Blu-ray, but they also released a 4K of this as well, and man, this is a phenomenal drama. I love this movie so much. The acting is amazing. The directing is fantastic. I just love the family dynamic here. It's just so well-rounded. A really great character piece, full of phenomenal drama and really great emotion. So well done, man. It earned Dustin Hoffman an Academy Award as well. And again, another very well-deserved award at that. Oh, so good, man. I mean, basically, Tom Cruise is playing this guy who's kind of a little shady, owes a lot of people money, and this kind of grifter who has good intentions, but doesn't always do the best at those intentions. And he finds out that he has a long-lost brother played by Dustin Hoffman who has a few mental incapabilities, put it that way. And the idea that he now has to be a brother to this guy that he knows nothing about, and slowly gets to learn about him and bond with him, and all of the crazy hijinks that go along with it, man. It's quite unique, and it really is a phenomenal movie. You know, I always sometimes talk about these Academy Award winning movies that are absolute garbage, sometimes completely forgettable, man. You wonder why they even won Academy Awards, dude. And then there's other ones that are absolutely deserving of it, amazing, and are well worth still remembering to this day. And Rain Man is absolutely one of them, man. It's so absolutely brilliantly executed. From the script to the acting to the directing, everybody involved, they do their top-notch work, effort, and it really shows, man. And another really great turn by Tom Cruise, which, look, we can all talk about how great he is as an action star all day long. Lord knows I can do it as well, but occasionally he shows off his dramatic chops. Rain Man happens to be one of them, and he does a damn good job at it. It's not just about flying out of helicopters and climbing mountains and shit. Sometimes it's actually about having a human connection with another human being. And sometimes he does well with that, and this happens to be one of those times, man. Not bad, and pretty solid special features as well. Pretty damn good, man. It's nice to see Rain Man getting a little bit of physical media appreciation. About damn time. There's so many really great movies out there that have gotten the love, and Rain Man has kind of gotten the short shrift. Until now, a little bit of dramatic appreciation, well deserved. Watching this definitely makes me Jones to play a video game or two. Oh, it definitely does, with the Super Mario Brothers movie, baby. The 4K Blu-ray digital for what? $50 fucking dollars. Jeez, you might as well buy a video game instead. Shit, you might get more mileage. Holy hell. Wow, man. I mean, the movie's worth it, but $50. Man, you gotta be one hell of a hardcore lover. You really do, man. Wow. Oh my god, bro. I like the movie, but I don't know if I like it that much. Oh, dude. But let's be real. If you love this movie, you want more. And I think you're kind of gonna get it. I think you will indeed, man, because this movie made over $1 billion at the box office, man. That is nuts. I would have never in a million years thought that this was gonna make that much money. But then again, like, it's Mario, right? I mean, it crosses over so many different demographics and age groups, and if you make a good movie, people will come and see it. Word of mouth will end up being kind to you, and thus it was for Super Mario Brothers, man. And we're gonna get a sequel, dude. We absolutely are. I would imagine we're probably gonna get spin-offs. Donkey Kong and all these other ones. There will be more things down the line that we're gonna see of this, believe it or not. Trust me, if you don't think we are, you are insane. In fact, I would argue that we have ushered in a whole new era of video game adaptations, man. More family friendlier, sure, yes, but I think now studios really see an opportunity to really invest in these in a big bad way, man. Taking the classic story, twisting it into modern day to a certain degree with modern day music and the effects, and making it something that's easily more accessible to the crowd. I mean, there's even talks of Legend of Zelda finally getting the video game adaptation love, and that is wild, man. I thought I'd never see the day that would happen, and Mario has kind of opened the door to it all, and kind of damn glad for it. I mean, look, we'll see if it all turns out roses. Sometimes it doesn't, but I trust in some of these studios like Illumination that knows how to make a good animated movie, and this proves it. And as long as you respect the fans, as long as you respect the material, I think you're gonna be successful at the end of the day. It just depends whether you're going to or not. The proof is in the pudding. Mario proves it, man. And for a sequel, God, what would I want to see, man? I mean, I'm an old school video game lover. I played the original and the stuff on the Super Nintendo, like Super Mario Brothers 3 to Mario Kart. I mean, dude, I've been through the ringer with this franchise of games for a long time, and so, man, what would I want to see necessarily? God, that's wild, because even in this film, there was so many Easter eggs and certain moments where I'm like, dude, that's from Super Mario Brothers 3. Like, I was so jonesed down. I was like, oh my god, dude. I'm like, that takes me back, man. There's so many great stories that they could tell from the video games. There's so many really great characters. I mean, even at the end of this movie, the post-credit scene, they tease a little bit of Yoshi action. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, Yoshi, that takes me back, too. Damn, I'm old. Oh, dude, I mean, that would be really cool to see Yoshi, and there's so many others. Hell, I would even say bring in Wario. Wario would be great as well, man. I mean, there's so many avenues that you could go down, and I'm curious to see what they do with this, man. This movie really was a surprise for me. I wasn't really having much hope in this film. I was kind of like, yeah, it could be okay at best, maybe, but man, the animation was great, the voice acting was phenomenal, I loved the humor, I loved the campiness, I loved the colors and the music, and I just really love that old school Mario feel, man, and they really got it right with this, dude. Let's hope that the good vibes continue. Let's hope that whatever they do for a sequel, whatever they do for the spin-offs, anything like that, continues to be successful, because if it's half as good as Super Mario Brothers, then consider me a big fan. Oh, truly, not bad at all for a little bit of Super Mario Brothers love. I never thought I'd see a good adaptation in my life, but yet here we are. Not bad. I mean, you do getting to know the cast, leveling up, Peaches, lyric video. Oh man, God, I love that song. I really do. It's so good. So infectiously fun, man. And if anything, in a sequel, you gotta bring back my man Jack Black. You just got to do it, man. Oh, you really do, man. Not bad special features for a pretty damn good, solid movie, man. Now, let's get the sequel going soon, because I don't know about you, but I want more.
Hill House is just dying to have you stay. In The Haunting, the 4K Blu-ray. Some houses are born bad. You bet your ass they are. Yes. For $35.
Well, staying in a haunted house never seemed so cheap. Dude, look at that cast, man. Catherine Zeta-Jones, Owen Wilson, Liam motherfucking Neeson, and oh, by the way, directed by Jan de Bont. So there is a lot of big names in this movie, and yet at the same time, kind of unimpressive. Well, to some, I would say. I saw this in the movie theater with my mother, okay, back in 1999. Oh yeah, man, that was the year of Liam Neeson, if you really think about it, with Star Wars Episode 1 that came out and The Haunting at the same time. It was like the summer of Neeson. Man, that truly was, dude. God, that takes me back, man. Those old school days for me, dude. Man, so my mother wanted to see it because she remembered the old school Haunting movie from way back in the day, which this is a remake of, and she, of course, had me watch the movie when I was younger because my mother was into horror movies. She liked that old school black and white stuff, so of course she turned me on to that stuff as well. So I was interested in it, my mother was interested in it, we saw it, and after we saw it, we thought it wasn't bad. Then the more we thought about it, we're like, well, it wasn't necessarily good, but it's not really all that bad. And then we thought about it more, and we're like, well, yeah, it really wasn't that great, was it? And so the more you thought about the movie, especially comparing it to the old school black and white classic, it became less and less appealing. However, that being said, over time, I've kind of given this movie more of a chance. I've watched it several times since, and I gotta admit, the movie's grown on me. I actually do kind of like it. It's not the best horror movie of all time, and certainly it's not the best remake ever. In the middle, perhaps. I mean, I like the actors here, I like the situation, I like the design of Hill House, I like some of the creepy, ghostly scares and the ambiance. It's actually not bad, and what's even more interesting is that I went to a film festival with Bob and John and Van, and they were showing the original Haunting, and I hadn't seen that in forever, man, since I was a young teen. And having rewatched it, I've got to admit, and I know this is going to be a hot take, it is going to be one of those ones where you guys are going to roast the shit out of me, but I've got to say it, I prefer this remake over the original. Yes, I know. Look, I know you guys are going to come to my door and try to beat the shit out of me, okay? Let me explain, please. Okay? That black and white movie, yes, it is classic, but I got to admit, it is kind of boring. I mean, when they do the scary stuff, right? When there's the pounding on the doors and the big loud noises, it really is effective and it works really well. But in between that, it's just kind of slow and mundane, and the actors aren't really convincing me all that well. I like the idea of the stuff that you don't see really affects your mind, and the noises and everything. I mean, that stuff is really effective, but outside of that, the movie didn't really impress me. And now, watching this movie, I appreciate some of the scares that they were trying to do. I appreciate the revealing of the ghosts and the more colorful characters, keeping your interest within the film outside of just the scary stuff too. I like it a little bit more, man. I know, it's blasphemy and I should be burned at the stake, okay? I get it. Alright, maybe I should just enter into Hill House and have Hugh Crane literally possess me or some shit over that comment. But look, to be fair though, sometimes I don't always follow the crowd, and this is one of those moments. Look, before I rewatched the original Haunting, I would have 100% easily said that the original is way better, but again, after watching it, I don't know, maybe because I've seen a lot more horror movies, maybe because I'm not at that impressionable young age where anything will scare the shit out of me, I just wasn't as impressed as I was, man. It's kind of lost its effectiveness with me. And this one has kind of gained in my appreciation in a weird way. It's not great. It's not one of the best haunted house movies out there, because there's ones that are way, way better. Trust me, there really is a lot of ones that are way, way better, man. But it's a nice little average ghost story that I actually really do appreciate, man. It bombed at the box office, and there's a lot of people who really seriously just hate this goddamn thing, but not me. I kinda like it, and I know that's saying something, and I'm sure I've lost some of your disrespect, but I gotta speak the truth, just saying, man. It's interesting that Scream Factory put out the 4K of this, because I actually own the Paramount Presents Blu-ray, and it's a really great edition, and I don't know if I would technically upgrade for this. I mean, all of the same special features that are on here are on the Paramount Presents edition, so there's no new special features whatsoever. It's just the same edition, just transported from one company to the next. So is it really worth it just to upgrade just for that? Maybe to some people, but I can wait. If there's a sale, if Scream Factory does one of their many sales that they do throughout the year, and this happens to be, I don't know, $15-20, I may pick it up at that point. But just for upgrading for the sake of upgrading, I don't know if I would do that necessarily for this title. Certain ones, yes, but for The Haunting, I'm not entirely positive. But that being said, look, I think it's a nice little ghost story. It's not going to change your perception of ghost movies or haunted house flicks. It's not going to make you think, oh my god, this is the most amazing horror film ever. Like, no, it's not gonna do that, guys. But average at best, I'll definitely take it, especially when I've seen a lot of really shit ghost movies. This one definitely, at most, makes the grade. So, am I supposed to be terrified of the Mafia? Because if it's anything like this movie, I'm more afraid of the street punks at the mall. Just saying. In Mafia Mama, yes, for $18.99. Actually, you want to know what? For Barnes & Nobles, that's cheap. And I kind of have a feeling the reason why they priced it that way is because that's the only way somebody's gonna buy this shit. Apparently so, man, because as far as a mafia comedy is concerned, damn, you want piss poor some bitch. But thankfully, there is actually better mafia comedies out there. Trust me, this is not the only one, not by a long shot. And if you're taking your cues from this film, you got a long way to go. Oh, you truly do, man. There is some really great mafioso comedies out there, which are pretty goddamn solid. I mean, you've got movies like Married to the Mob, which is great with Michelle Pfeiffer. I love that movie. It's great. Bullets Over Broadway with John Cusack. I love that one. Old school Woody Allen film. One of my favorite Woody Allen films of all time. I love that movie. Johnny Dangerously with Michael Keaton. You remember that old school flick with Joe Piscopo? Oh man, that is some funny shit. I mean, more parody than anything else, but dude, come on. That's still some funny shit. Lest we forget to talk about The Whole 9 Yards with Bruce Willis, My Blue Heaven with Steve Martin, Get Shorty with John Travolta. Come on, Mickey Blue Eyes. Yeah, you remember that one with Hugh Grant and James Caan? Oh my god, man, there's a blast from the past. Hell, what about Oscar with Sylvester Stallone? Yes. Oh my god, old school movie that most of you probably don't even remember, but I kinda do. Yes, there is a lot of them. Even The Godson from 1998, okay, with Rodney Dangerfield. Alright? Swear to God, real movie, okay? Lou Ferrigno is in this bitch, okay? He plays Bugsy. Swear to fucking God, man. And the title of Rodney Dangerfield's character is The Rodfather. I kid you not. Oh my god, man. Jesus. Barbara Crampton is even in that movie from Reanimator, dude. I'm not even fucking joking you, man. Look that shit up, man. Most people probably don't even know or heard of that movie, but I have. For good or bad, man. So there is a lot of mafia comedy. Some more spoofs, some that mix in the heartfelt with the comedy, the action with the comedy. Yeah, there's all kinds of them. But there's some really solid ones out there. I'd like to wish that Mafia Mama was one of them, but quite frankly, not even close, man. Not even in the same league, okay? Seriously. You can't contend with any of those movies, man. Even if some of them are not so great, they're still better than this. I mean, I love Mafia. I love comedy. Put the two together and it could be a winning success. I've just proven it with so many movies that I've just mentioned. But this is not one of them, man. I don't know. The jokes don't work. The characters are bland and dull and just stupid and idiotic for stupid and idiotic's sake. I mean, it'd be fine if I was actually laughing, but hell, I'm not even doing that shit, okay? You know, look, best of intentions, I guess, but just leave it alone. If you can't do it right, then don't do it at all. And Mafia Mama proves the point. It really does. I mean, all you get is the red band trailer. That's it, man. They don't even want to talk about this motherfucker in special features. That's saying something, okay? Look, watch better ones out there. Because you'll get more laughs, you'll get more memorable characters, and you have a hell of a lot better time than this turd will ever give you. Speaking of Mafia you don't want to fuck with, Stallone, baby, and Tulsa King Season 1 for $29. Actually, that's reasonable. Jesus, there's some really shitty movies that Barnes & Noble has that they price a hell of a lot more than Tulsa King. This is a hell of a lot more entertaining. $29, probably very well spent. Very well spent indeed for some more Stallone love, man. And, oh, by the way, this is not the last that we will see of the Tulsa King. There will be more. They've announced a season 2, and I am so grateful, baby. I really am, because I want more of this show, man. Unfortunately, with the writer's strike going on, and obviously they gotta write the scripts and shoot the damn thing, we might not get more Tulsa King until maybe 2025? Jeez. Yeah. Jeez, I hope Stallone lasts that long. Oh my god, maybe 2024 if we're really lucky, man. I mean, Taylor Sheridan has a lot on his plate through dealing with the Yellowstone stuff and all of the spin-offs and this show, and on top of all the other things he's creating. The man has quite a bit to be dealing with at this point. So look, I'm patient, I'll wait, but give me it sooner rather than later. That's all I'm saying, man, because dude, this is great. I mean, I haven't had a great time with a mafia show since probably Sopranos. I mean, that's one of the best, man, and it mixed the comedy with the drama and the action really, really well, and the characters were so well rounded and memorable. And this is the same thing, man. I mean, it doesn't reach the levels of Sopranos, not even close, but it's kind of giving me the feelings, and I definitely appreciate that, man. Look, I love that Stallone is so comfortable in his skin now and just does some crazy wild projects because, hey, I'm Stallone. Why the fuck not, man? I appreciate that. I appreciate the great writing and the story from Taylor Sheridan, and if they could continue that trend, consider me a very happy camper. I'm looking forward to season 2. My girlfriend is looking forward to season 2. And let's hope it delivers just as well as season 1. If you haven't watched it, hey, give it a chance. If you like Sopranos, you might just like Tulsa King. You might indeed, baby. Not bad for a little bit of Stallone Mafia love. Hey, it's a hell of a lot better than Mafia Mama. Just spitting facts, okay? Just spitting facts indeed. Not bad at all, baby. Pretty goddamn solid. And actually solid for Barnes & Nobles, man. They have the physical media appreciation. They have some of the unique boutique label releases. And, oh, by the way, a little bit of new release love as well. So, I'm definitely digging it in a big bad way. They definitely did their due diligence. And I think it shows. Let's head out. Can you feel that? Physical media appreciation. Yeah, I like it too. You bet your ass I do, baby, because Barnes & Nobles is definitely supplying the love. Oh, it truly is, baby. Not bad, man. They've got the new releases. They've got a little bit of surprises from time to time. And I can definitely dig it. Oh, absolutely I can. Not bad for good old Barnes & Nobles. It was a jam-packed week, and they decided to definitely show the love in a big bad way. Not half bad, man. Not too shabby. Let's hope they continue the trend. Let's hope indeed. But it's been quite good here. It's been quite good at, well, most of the stores. But how about we head back home and finally finish the video?
Alright, everybody, that'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD. Out and about video this week, and woo, baby, it was pretty goddamn sweet, man. Walmart had the goods, Target had the goods, Barnes & Nobles had the goods. Well, 3 out of 4 ain't bad. You know how it goes, man. But that being said, hey, look, we got some great movies. We got some great exclusives. A ton to talk about. And for a physical media lover, that ain't half bad, man. Hopefully you found something good. Lord knows there is a lot of movies out there for all kinds of movie lovers of all kinds of ages and different explorations of whatever you like. So it's out there. Hopefully you picked up something good. If you did, definitely let me know. As far as I'm concerned, wow, yeah, I picked up a huge amount of media, guys. This haul is rather insane, okay? It is nuts, but in the best way possible. Okay, so, man, where do I start? Well, I guess I gotta start here, guys, because if I didn't pick this title up, I think all of you out there would kill me, okay? Considering I am a huge fan of this franchise. I'm a huge fan of this actor and the character. It's only fitting that I get part 4, and that is none other than John Wick. Chapter 4, baby. Yes! Oh, man, of course. I picked up the 4K Blu-ray digital. Nothing fancy. I didn't really get any of the exclusives or anything. I had a chance or two to get the Walmart exclusive Blu-ray Steelbook, which does look rather sweet, but I just need the good old regular 4K. And oh, look at that, man. Just the intensity on Wick's face, man. That's all you need. You need him looking intense, ready to kick somebody's ass. And indeed he does, man. Like I said, I love this franchise. All 4 films are fucking awesome. Yeah, we can quibble about, this one's a little bit better than that one, but so on and so forth. But that being said, it is an amazing film series. The action is epic. The characters are well-rounded, and the world is just really vast and unique and fascinating, and I just love every second of this, man. I'm curious to see where the spin-offs will go. I'm curious to see if they'll make a 5th film. Even if they don't, these 4 films have been an amazing ride of cinematic awesomeness. It just really has, man. And I thank Keanu, I thank Chad Stahelski, I thank everybody involved with this who really put their time and effort, blood, sweat, tears into this thing, and I will cherish this franchise forever. Whether it continues or not, John Wick will always have a place in this action lover's heart. There is no doubt about it, man. Glad to finally have Chapter 4 in the collection where it belongs. Not bad indeed, baby. Pretty goddamn sweet. And then, well, I guess we'll take a trip to a little bit of horror comedy goodness with none other than Renfield, the Dracula Sucks edition. Oh man, I had to get this, dude. I loved this movie, man. And for me, seeing Nicolas Cage as Dracula, just having a ball, just being this wickedly evil prick, was fantastic, man. I loved every second of it. I love Nicholas Hoult as Renfield. I love all of the bloody terror and just the humorous moments and the sarcasticness and just taking the piss out of the horror aspects with some really great comedic moments, taking a modern day spin to these classic Universal monster characters is really fun, man. And I had a ball with this. We'll probably never get a sequel. Lord knows I'd love to see it, but this movie bombed at the box office. But I kind of feel like this is a movie that years from now, with word of mouth and people really praising this movie, it's going to be very well beloved. A cult classic for sure, man. It seems to be a lot of Nicolas Cage's films, actually. So why not add another one to the list, man? So good. I'm glad I got my hands on a little bit of Renfield love. Not bad indeed, baby. And then, wow, well, let's go here, man, because at Barnes & Noble's, I showed off the Blu-ray edition, but, well, yeah, it's out there, but also the 4K is. And I figured having some more classic cinema in the collection can never, and I mean never, be a bad thing with Rain Man. Ah, yes, the 4K Blu-ray edition from good old MVD, man. For me, I've got to admit, you guys, I love the obscure, the oddities, the weirdness. I like those cult classic movies, and I have a ton of them in the collection. But not only can I pick those up, but I can pick up the more Academy Award worthy, the ones that are a little bit more high profile. Those ones are just as good. And Rain Man is definitely among the bunch that is really great, man. I mean, just the acting alone from Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise is absolutely phenomenal. I've loved this movie for years. When I saw it back in the 90s, and I've loved it ever since, man. It's just a great movie with great characters and great drama, and sometimes that's all you really need, man. And this movie is proof positive of it, man. I can't say that I love every movie that gets Academy Award nominations or recognition. I can't say that, man. Some, quite frankly, just don't deserve it. But Rain Man definitely is. It's nice to have a little bit of Academy Award winning film love in the collection. It makes my collection a little bit more, I don't know, worthy? I don't know about that, but I'll take what I can get. You bet your ass I will. Not bad, baby. Not bad indeed. Oh, but then, my God, man, where do we go next? Well, actually, these are a couple of steelbooks that I haven't shown you that I got a little while back. And I figure might as well show you some of this love straight off the bat. And me, I love a good horror icon. You guys know that. And this is one of my favorite horror icons of all time. And I figured, well, sometimes horror icons deserve a little bit of steelbook appreciation. And this one definitely does, with Season 2 of Chucky. Yes, look at this, baby. Oh, yeah, look at that on the back, man. Oh, those Chuckies. Oh, that's great, man. Dude, let me tell you something. This came from the UK, and I was so thankful to get it from the UK, man. I really honestly was, because the North American releases, sometimes we kind of get the shaft a little bit. I'm just saying, man. We kind of do sometimes. And there's some really great releases in the UK, and this was really phenomenal. And quite frankly, it's kind of unique because I decided to pre-order this, and I pre-ordered the Season 2 Good Guys edition from the UK as well, because I didn't know which one I kind of wanted. I kind of wanted both, so I was like, let me grab both. And when I got it in the mail, the steelbook came in pristine condition. Thank God. No scratches, no dents. Perfect. No problems. The Good Guy Season 2 edition, however, that was really badly damaged, man. The spine was all fucked up. It was dented in like a motherfucker. It was in rough shape, man. And so I ended up contacting Amazon UK, and I was like, okay, can I get a replacement? Because, I mean, I'm fine with getting a replacement. I don't need to technically get my money back. I'll just get a replacement. That's cool. I'll send it back if need be, and they can send me another one, right? Well, they ended up basically saying, look, we can't give you a replacement, but you can get your money back through an Amazon gift card and use it whenever you please. So I thought, okay, well, if I do that, then I might as well pick up All Things Considered, because, well, the Season 2 Steelbook is really cool, but the Season 2 Steelbook is kind of complete unless I end up getting the Season 1 Steelbook. Yes, look at this, baby. Nice. Wanna play? Oh, man. And quite lucky indeed, because the Season 1 Steelbook is out of print. Seriously, this is hard to get, man. And so there was some copies from this place that Amazon UK sort of deals with, and so I used my Amazon gift card that I ended up getting because of the damaged Season 2 edition, and ended up getting the Season 1 Steelbook. And it came from the UK, and I'm like, oh my God, please don't be damaged. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh my God, I'm inspecting it so good, and I'm like, no damage, man. No dents, no dings. Perfect, baby. Perfect in every sense of the word, man. So now the Season 2 Steelbook has a companion. Oh, it definitely does, man. These are great releases from the UK, man, and I had to absolutely pick them up, man. And I love Chucky. I fucking love this character, man. He is easily in my top 3 favorite horror icons of all time, man. He really is, man. He's surpassed Michael Myers. He's surpassed Leatherface and Pinhead and all of those people, Leprechaun, you name it. He is on the same league, as far as I'm concerned, with Jason motherfucking Voorhees and Freddy motherfucking Krueger, man. You can bet your ass he is. I love that the Chucky series has literally been this great, epic, I guess, version of family. Fucked up family, but family nonetheless, in all of its weird and odd and killer forms, man. It really has, dude. And I just love the world of Chucky and all of the oddities that he's brought along with him, all of the people that has made this series what it is, man. Whether it's Andy or Tiffany and all of these really great heroes and villains that they've gathered over the years, and the TV series has really taken it and spun it in some really unique and interesting ways, man. I loved season 1. I really adore season 2. And I know we're getting to season 3, and I cannot wait for season 3, man. If it's half as good as 1 and 2, then consider me a very happy camper, man. Dude, these steelbooks are mighty sweet. I love me some Chucky, and adding more to the collection can never, and I mean never, be a bad thing. Absolutely, baby. You know, sometimes the states don't always give you what you want, so you gotta go a little bit outside to get the really great releases, and I consider these pretty goddamn cool, man. Steelbook love. You gotta dig it. Oh, you definitely do, man. And some UK ones ain't half bad. Pretty damn sweet, man. Gotta love a little bit of a Chucky action, man. Very, very nice indeed. But then, well, there's no great way to transition this one, but hey, from one steelbook to another, why not? With none other than Cliffhanger. Oh, a little bit of Stallone goodness, considering we talked about Stallone ad nauseum with Tulsa King. I figured we might as well get a little bit of old school Stallone at that, man. Dude, when this got announced for a steelbook, a 4K one, I knew I had to pick it up. I love Cliffhanger, man. He's so good in it. Yeah, it's cheesy, kind of ridiculous, but it's really action-packed. I love John Lithgow here. It's really solid, man. Maybe it's not one of Stallone's best, most memorable, but it's still really fun, adventurous, exciting. I've always dug Cliffhanger, man, and I knew that when this was announced, man, I had to get this. I really did, dude. It's just too good to pass up. It really is, man. Too good indeed. So sweet. Not bad. I can't say that I love all Stallone, because Lord knows there's some that are really not that great. You remember that movie I See You? Yeah, not really all that good, man. But sometimes, hey, a little bit of above average Stallone ain't half bad either, and Cliffhanger is definitely one of them. But still solid and well worthy of the collection indeed. A little bit of Cliffhanger goodness never hurt nobody. Never hurt nobody indeed. Damn glad for it, man. And then, oh, God, well, I guess if we're going down the steelbook train yet again, I guess a little bit of horror love ain't gonna hurt nobody, right? It won't, because when it comes to my man James Wan, I think he knows a thing or two about horror when we be talking about Insidious. Oh, yes. Look at this. Woo! Not bad, baby. Sweet indeed. Man, you know, I remember being in the movie theater with Bob watching Insidious, and we really didn't know what to expect. We loved James Wan. We loved the world of Saw and Dead Silence, and we liked this guy and what he did for the horror genre so far, and we loved the trailer, and we're like, you know what, we're gonna give this a go. And we watched it, and there is genuine moments in this movie where you are scared as shit. Things that just pop up at you for no apparent reason, and it just gives you a jolt in your chair like you would not believe, man. And there's that one scene, you guys know it, in the kitchen where, goddamn, dude, I did not see that shit coming, okay? And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I don't know whether I did, but I kind of think I pissed myself. So, oh Lord, it was terrifying, man. The whole movie has this very ominous, creepy, atmospheric vibe to it, man. I love the music and the ambiance and the creepy imagery. It's so good, man. It's really fantastic. I mean, things like the red door is great, man. So good. I love it. Phenomenal. Look at that. Oh, so cool. That's really great, man. Look, I hope, because this got a great Steelbook release, I'm hoping that we get a great Steelbook release for part 2, for part 3, for part 4. I'm hoping we eventually do. They just don't do it for part 1. They do it for the rest of the series, because I definitely would buy it. I love all of the Insidious movies, man. I think they're really fun. I love the characters. I love the scares. I love the horror villains. I think it's really unique. Where The Conjuring has kind of petered out, I kind of think the Insidious franchise is kind of massively underrated, man. Way better than people give it credit for. And the first film on has been pretty solid. And I know with the 5th film coming out soon enough, I know they're doing promotion for that, so good enough time to put out a little bit of Steelbook love. And I won't disagree with that. Not at all, man. Pretty goddamn solid for more horror love in the collection. James Wan horror. And hopefully, if they put out the other Insidious movies, I'm grabbing those as well. I definitely am, man. More horror can never be a bad thing. Never at all, man. And speaking of horror love, man. Speaking of horror love indeed, the last release that I got, Steelbook. I've been getting a lot of Steelbooks, guys. And this one is well worthy to have in the collection, man. Stephen King, one of the kings of horror, cannot be beat, especially when he's directing. Consider that appointment watching with none other than Maximum Overdrive. Yes. Oh, look at this, man. The Steelbook love. Oh, yeah, baby. Nice. Damn, have I wanted this. Oh, I truly have, dude. Now, technically, you can get the regular Blu-ray Vestron release. You can. And I kind of wanted to get it years ago, and I was kind of waffling on. I'm like, I can get it another time. I don't need to get it immediately. And like I said, you can still get it. You're not getting it with the slipcover. You're just not fucking doing it, guys. Okay, that slipcover is way out of print now, and most likely on eBay, they're charging like a motherfucker for that goddamn thing, and I'm not doing it. So I'm like, well, should I pick up the regular one? And just when I thought about it, I mean, seriously, I was really thinking about it. Well, what do you know? They announced the Steelbook goodness, man. This is pretty cool. And I'm kind of surprised, considering that, I mean, out of all the Vestron ones, Maximum Overdrive. But then again, this one sold like gangbusters because it had been out of print for a while. You gotta remember, it's Stephen King. And so I think people were definitely wanting to get a little bit more King love in the collection, and I can't quite say I blame them. But now with Steelbook goodness, even sweeter, man. Oh, look at this. This is awesome. Oh, so cool. Look at that. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, it's so cool. Dude, this movie is all kinds of bonkers, and it's crazy, and it's ridiculous, and you gotta remember this, okay? Because Stephen King was so coked out of his skull. I mean, seriously, this was a period of his life where he was storing cocaine like crazy, drugs up the ass, and man, he was experimenting with some wild shit. And so him making this movie is sort of the perfect combo of the most drugged out, ridiculous Stephen King you've ever seen in your life, but it's so damn entertaining, man. I love Emilio Estevez here. I love the killer truck and all the killer, mechanical stuff that is out to kill him. I think it's fun. I think it's bonkers, but damn, do I have a good time with this. And man, when this was announced, I knew I had to get it. I just knew instantly I had to get this thing, man. And it came in pristine condition. In fact, this is the third time that I got this steelbook, guys. Okay, so the first time I ended up getting it in store, and I saw that it was kind of damaged, and so I brought it back to Walmart, got my money back, and I was like, okay, maybe it's just better if I order this online. So I ordered it through Walmart.com. I got a copy in the mail, and before I even opened up the shrink wrap, I'm looking at this thing, and it is so beyond damaged. It's dinged, it's dented up like a motherfucker. It's so easy to see it, dude. They literally packaged this thing. I mean, a plastic bag would have been more safer than what they fucking packaged this thing in, dude. And I'm like, oh my god, man. No wonder it got fucking damaged. And so, underneath the comments, when you return something at Walmart, you end up writing stuff in, just random comments, whatever you want to do. And I wrote if they could actually package this thing a hell of a lot better, man. More protection, whatnot. And I just lambasted them on the comment section because I was like, dude, they kind of deserve it. Okay, that was laughably bad. And this time around when I got it in the mail, it was much more protected. It came in better packaging. And I'm like, thank the fucking Lord, man. No dings, no dents. It's really not that hard, guys. It's really not that hard to actually package something really well and tight and protected so that it won't get damaged, man. These companies ship everything on the cheap. And it's like, if they only put the effort in, man, none of this shit would come damaged at all. It's simple. It just really is, man. Put the effort in, and if you get a good product, you're going to buy from the company more. It's that easy. But these companies, man, I'm telling you, they just don't get it. They just don't understand it. And, well, I had to lambaste them a little bit, but I finally got my copy, and damn glad for it, man. More Vestron love in the collection, especially Steelbook Vestron love. That can't be beat. I don't know if we're actually ever going to get more Vestron Steelbooks, but I think this has been pretty successful. So something tells me in the future, we may just get more. We may indeed. Crazy Stephen King goodness. Adding more to the collection. Coked up Stephen King. One of a kind. Oh, one of a kind indeed, man. Wow. Look at this. This is crazy. This is insane, guys. This haul is nuts. But you want to know what, man? Well worth it indeed. A hell of a lot of Steelbook love, horror icons, new releases, and a hell of a lot of favorites that are going in the collection, man. Let's just put it this way. If anyone's doubting that I didn't do my due diligence this week, yeah, I think I proved them wrong. And before I let you guys go, I gotta talk about this because, well, if Disney isn't messing up one way, I suppose they're messing up in other ways. You guys know what I think about movie censorship, and this definitely gets my blood boiling. From JoeBlow.com, The French Connection censored on iTunes Criterion Channel and repertory screenings. Really? Let's dive in, shall we? More than half a century after its release, 1971's The French Connection is facing censorship over racist and offensive language. But it's not just the edits that are getting attention, it's who is encouraging them. As the Criterion Channel, Turner Classic Movies, and iTunes are all offering the censored version of The French Connection to stream, watch live, and download.
But first, here's the moment in question from the French Connection. The moment amounts to less than 10 seconds, but involves Popeye Doyle using a racial slur. This censored version of the French Connection was actually screened in May, so who is to blame? It's easy to point to Disney, who owns 20th Century Fox, the studio behind the French Connection, but a notable issue here is that the censorship has gone under the radar almost as if it's been covered up. Surely it was noticed by Criterion and TCM, two of the purveyors and preservers of classic films, and yet nothing was done to stop the promotion of a censored work. Yes, the language in question is disgusting, but it comes from a character who is in fact a racist, not to mention an alcoholic and a misogynist, of course, and so it's fitting in that context. If there is an agreed upon need to remove certain words and phrases, why not run a disclaimer? This is what HBO Max did for Blazing Saddles, with an accompanying intro that states in part racist language and attitudes pervade the film, but those attitudes are espoused by characters who are portrayed here as explicitly small-minded, ignorant bigots. Disney, too, has offered this approach on movies that might contain insensitive material. It is objectively probably the most reasonable way to handle it. Censoring a film generally considered one of the greatest ever is shameful, and those carrying it should be held accountable. Criterion and Company have yet to make statements. Of course. You know, look, I'm going to be real. I'm going to try to keep my cool. But this does get to me, man. And this goes towards the whole thing of physical media, yes, but it goes more towards the fact that censoring this stuff, you are censoring history, film history, and to do it, especially the way this has been done, that is a goddamn shame. It truly, honestly is, man, and that is some sneaky, downright despicable shit, man. That is, dude. I mean, to do it this way, to do it in this under the radar, quiet, no one's gonna know that we're tampering with this shit. Well, you're messing with film fans, you're messing with film lovers, and we are a very dedicated bunch, okay? And so, yeah, we notice that shit. Even if it's 10 seconds, we notice it, man. That's how dedicated we are, man. We love our shit, man. And when you mess with it, we tend to notice, okay? We really do, dude. And, you know, can I honestly blame Criterion or TCM for this? I don't entirely know, because Criterion has pretty much said in the past that they get a lot of their stuff from the studios. So whatever they get from the studios, they hopefully honestly believe that the stuff that they get from them is the original editions, because why wouldn't it be? At the same time, you're the Criterion channel. You have stood up for film preservation for decades. And so now all of a sudden, what, you're just lackadaisical? I mean, you don't actually watch the film print that you get from the studios? You just inherently trust everything they fucking give you? I mean, you'd like to think everybody is honest. You'd like to think that everyone has true intentions, but that's not entirely the case. You're the Criterion channel. Criterion stands for something. The same with TCM. And at the end of the day, you have to preserve that legacy. And if a company is giving you a edited version, even if it's 10 seconds, it's still edited. And you have to do your due diligence to watch it and make sure that it's not. And they didn't. So part of it, yes, is kind of on them to a certain degree, but it's also on Disney. Because Disney owns 20th Century Fox. They own the studio, and they own everything that the studio had, all of the films. And there's a part of me that looks back on that deal, especially when it was going down and everybody was praising the deal. They were like, oh man, we're going to get Fantastic Four. We're going to get the X-Men in the MCU. This is going to be amazing. And some of us were like, whoa, wait a second. Yes, it is really cool that some of those characters are going to transfer over to the MCU, and Kevin Feige is going to have a field day with making this really awesome and kick ass. It's going to be fantastic. But what about all the other films? What about all of the back catalog that 20th Century Fox had? What is going to happen with that necessarily? Oh, well, who cares about that? Well, now we're here. And now we know what's happening with it. And it's either getting buried or censored. And that sucks, man. That really does. And look, I understand times change. And they change for the better. And, you know, movies like The French Connection, the way some of these characters are, probably wouldn't fly in modern day. But that's why it was made back in the 70s, man. And the sensibilities of the time was different. And to put those same sensibilities from a movie back in the 70s to modern day now is asking a lot, man. It really is. And you need to understand the era, the time, the filmmakers, and their intentions, and why they did what they did. And it's not that they put that stuff in there for the sake of putting it in there because they just wanted to be racist and misogynist. It's not that they wanted to do it. It's that that's who the character was. That's the mindset of the character. It makes sense for that specific character to do and to say and to be. And it informs that character and what that character is all about. And so the dialogue isn't there just to say it for the sake of saying it. It actually means something to the plot and for the character development. And that, whether you like it or not, that needs to be preserved. And it truly does, man. There's a lot of movies that I have in the collection that would never, not in a million years, fly today. There is no way that stuff would, man. And I understand it, and I get it, but at the end of the day, those movies still need to be preserved, and those movies still need to be appreciated for what they are. Good, bad, and different. It is what it is, man. And those movies getting censored or forgotten or buried, it just doesn't seem right to me, man. And The French Connection is not a little movie. It's an Academy Award-winning movie by a very accomplished director. And so if they can do that to a high-profile movie like this, what about the little guys? I mean, if they can just scrub dialogue, even 10 seconds of it out, and hope nobody will notice, what about the other films? They don't even have a chance. And so, this is big. And I don't know whether William Friedkin even knows that the stuff was edited down. I don't know whether he had a handle in it or not, because film censorship is very touchy. And it all depends on whether or not it's a director's intention to do it, right? Because you look at somebody like a George Lucas, and George Lucas tinkering with the original films and making the special editions, and I've gotten used to those special editions. Would I love the originals in their original form preserved? Absolutely, man. But George Lucas says that they don't exist anymore. I happen to not believe him, but that's what he says. But he's the one that made those changes. He's the one that made those edits, and he was the director. So in some ways, I guess he has carte blanche because of that. But then again, what about all of the people who love those original versions and the fact that it's just forgotten for forgotten's sake? Doesn't that matter as well? I mean, it's the same concept as E.T., right? Because Steven Spielberg ended up doing a censored version of E.T. where the FBI agents I think had like flashlights or something instead of guns. He made a whole special edition of it, and he thought nobody would notice and nobody would care. And the whole internet blew up and literally lambasted him like a motherfucker. And then he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to change it. Best of intentions. Sorry, guys." And he's like, "Well, we'll go back to the original version." I'm like, "Damn right you will, Steven." You know, sometimes you have to push back on these people and say, I understand years later that you're a different person and that film might not be exactly what you would make now versus back in the day, but you made it. That version is what it is, and it can't be ignored. And to try to scrub it is damn sacrilege. Then again, you look at something like David Fincher doing the alternate cut for Alien 3, and you think to yourself, like, it made that movie better. And now most people consider that version the preferred version over the theatrical cut. It's not that the theatrical cut is gone necessarily, it's just that he ended up making this alternate one, and people actually support that and appreciate that more. More of his true visionary intentions. So, where one filmmaker can change stuff and people accept it, one filmmaker changed things and people end up bitching and complaining. So where's the line necessarily? It's tough to say, man. I guess it depends on the film. It depends on the nostalgia to it. It depends on what they're changing and what they're tweaking. It's all a matter of semantics at the end of the day, guys. And with the French Connection, good or bad, whether you like what the characters are and how they are, it needs to be preserved. And the physical copies preserve it. That's what it is at the end of the day, guys. And I continue to say this over and over again, and I kind of feel like a broken record at this point, right? Because I am always appreciative of physical media. Because nowadays with streaming, as I told you guys earlier, with Disney Plus getting rid of original content that's not even on a physical disc, or a lot of these companies getting rid of certain episodes of TV because it's not as PC as it used to be, and people might get offended, that's where the physical copies come in, guys, to actually preserve what has been seen, what has aired, and actually keep the original form of it. Because without the original forms of the French Connection, let's be honest, I mean, none of the streaming services have any of the original editions. I mean, not iTunes, not TCM, not Criterion Channel. They all have the edited down version, but the physical copy has the original unedited versions. So film history needs to be preserved. And we thought with streaming, we thought that these streaming channels would end up preserving the original editions, right? Because that's what you grew up on, that's what you love, that's what they have on the service, and so it's a win-win, right? You get really great quality 4K HD upgrades and the original versions at the same time. So you get to enjoy it best of both worlds, and you don't need a physical copy, right? But now we're finding that that's not the case. Now we're finding that these studios are messing with these editions, messing with these TV seasons, getting rid of stuff that either they don't like or that doesn't fit the culture anymore, and deciding to scrap it just for the sake of scrapping it and not even telling you. You can just go on a streaming site the next day and suddenly something that you love can be edited for the sake of edited because, well, we can. And that's what it is. And you either deal with it or fuck it. And so this is the conundrum, guys. This is the huge conundrum. And like I said, for me, being a movie lover, I truly believe in film preservation. It's the same with books. It's the same with music. It's the same with any artist's true intentions. You know, we're living in a world nowadays where it is so fast-paced, and everything is digital and everything is easily at your fingertips. But the problem with that is that also it can go away in the drop of a hat. It can go away instantly. And so nothing is forever unless you have the physical copy with you, and then you have it and you can cherish it. And you're not beholden to streaming services that will just change something on the whim of changing it. Look, I love cinema. You guys know this. And I don't know where I would be as a person, as a movie lover, if the films that I love and I cherish just vanished and were edited because of a company just deciding on a whim that it doesn't fit the narrative anymore. I don't know what type of experiences I would have if a lot of these films just decided to just not exist anymore because the company decided that it just isn't right. And that's what we're dealing with nowadays. We're dealing with revisionist history. It is what it is. Plain and simple. And to me, with cinema, we've made a lot of mistakes. But to just end up washing it all away is not right. And to just pretend that it never existed is not right. And we need to learn from the mistakes. And simply just taking an editing tool and stripping it away just feels a little bit too easy and a little bit too convenient, and it's just wrong. It's wrong, man. And I don't accept this. I don't ever want to accept this, man. And, you know, look, I've told you guys that cinema is not safe. There's a lot of really great movies out there and TV shows that have a lot of problematic content in them. And it's not always PC. It's not always right. And it's not always meant to be. But to just ignore it, that it didn't even exist, that's wrong. And it loses the power of cinema when a company can just literally come in and literally just take something and mess with it and think that no one's going to notice. In the dark of the night, literally just replace one version with the next and think that us movie fans are never going to notice. It's the same film. They're not going to notice 10 seconds. We did. Because film matters. Cinema matters. And it needs to be preserved. And even 10 seconds of even the most harshest dialogue deserves to be in that film, because that was the intention that it was meant to have. And losing that intention and losing that artistry, it really says that art and cinema are not safe anymore. And if I were you, anything that you love, you have a physical copy of it. Because I don't know where we're going next with this. I don't know what film will be the next to be edited. I don't know where this is all heading. But if 10 seconds can just be dropped like that, then anything can happen nowadays, guys. And so, look, this has been a big backlash for Disney. Huge backlash for Disney. And hopefully they've heard it.
Hopefully they have been like, okay, look, we're not going to touch any more of this shit. We're not going to do it because we just don't want the kind of vitriol out there that we're getting. Maybe they've learned their lesson. I doubt it, but maybe. But guys, look, when a company as big as Disney takes over an entire catalog that what they did with 20th Century Fox, there's a lot of movies out there that are either going to get shelved for years, forgotten, or worst, edited out like yesterday's news. And edited out like, oh, it's still the same film. And literally pay no mind or attention to the fact that you've just lost seconds and minutes of footage that we'll never get back. This is the world we're living in, guys. This is the world. I'm all for bettering ourselves. I'm all for learning from mistakes, correcting things. But in order to do that, we need to continue to have the history, and we continue to have to see it and experience it to understand it better. And when that doesn't happen, I think there's something lost in translation there. And for me, as a movie lover, as somebody who believes in the preservation of art, if it's that easy to just get rid of something, it means that what is art anymore when it can just be easily manipulated without any of us ever really knowing? And if it wasn't for the few people out there who really recognized it and really saw it and really understood it, we wouldn't have been talking about this. So continue to fight for what you love. Continue to appreciate the things out there that are worth really taking the time to cherish and love, because you never know when it might just go like the drop of a hat. You never know. Who would have thought that a movie like The French Connection would have had this happen to it? Nobody would have thought in a million years. It's The French Connection. It should easily just be accepted that it's a film from the 70s and it's art and it was the times, and that's what it is. But if high-profile films can be like this, then I think it really says that nothing is truly safe anymore. And I'm curious as to what's going to happen next. When is the next shoe going to drop? What's the next film that's going to be edited down without us ever really knowing it? Hold on to your physical copies tight, guys, because it's going to be a bumpy ass ride. It really will, man. It really will. And I'm kind of happy with myself because I didn't really get too heated. I thought I was really going to rant like a motherfucker. Nah, I kept my cool, man. I kept my cool for the most part. And I'm really appreciative of that, man. Let's just put it this way. Ain't nobody going to edit my ass. Let me know what you think about this, guys. Do you think that Disney has at least somewhat of a reasoning behind why they did it? Do you think that it makes sense? Or do you think that in all things considered, this is a bad move? And it just really goes to a bigger issue that, look, you can't please everybody.
And trying to do it ultimately is going to blow up in your face. Things are what they are. Old school movies are what they are. And to just scrub them away doesn't help matters either. History is important. And to ignore it and to just get rid of it isn't right. What do you guys think? Definitely let me know. I got so many opinions on this, but I want to hear from you. Definitely let me know, guys. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, definitely give it the thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Check out the other Blu-ray and DVD out and about videos that I do. Check out the movie reviews with my friends, unboxings, pickup videos, live streams, you name it. All the older content and newer content that is slowly but surely coming your way soon enough. I really want to appreciate all of my subscribers out there. You guys are amazing and awesome. You really support me. Great feedback and watching the videos. I really, truly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Hit that notification bell so you'll be notified every single time that I make a video. Also, keep up to date with everything I'm doing through Instagram and Facebook, FilmFan108. Keep up to date with everything I'm doing, plus special pictures and videos I do from time to time on social media as well. And if you want to send the channel any movie-related goodness, you can do that. Posters, physical media, care packages, you name it, anything and everything is appreciated. The P.O. Box is in the description below. It is not expected, but look, you guys have went out of your way to send some amazing stuff. You really love the channel. You want to send things, and the P.O. Box is there for you. If you want to send something, it will always be there for you whenever you want to. I appreciate everything that I've gotten, and I cannot wait to see where the P.O. Box adventures take me next. So if you are interested, P.O. Box down below. But I guess that does it for the video. It's been a wild ride this week, and let's hope more crazy wild adventures are ahead of us. Let's hope indeed, guys. But I will see you back next week for a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video. Take care, everybody, and remember, happy hunting.